всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом. всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом. всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Раді вас всі вітати сьогодні на нашому заході форуму проєкту, який підтримується ЄС «Відновлюємо Україну разом». Цей проєкт реалізується громадською організацією АНЦ. І трошки пізніше я розкажу про нього. А зараз для привітальних слів в першу чергу я запрошую члена правління ГО АНЦ пані Люсьєну Шум. У нас в програмі була заявлена на початку пані Ганна Губко, але, на жаль, вона з адвокаційним візитом в Лондоні. Тому, Люсьєна, прошу вам слово.
Всіх вітаю. Маю честь дійсно відкрити сьогоднішній захід від імені організатора громадської організації «Мережа захисту національних інтересів АНЦ». І сказати кілька слів, але спершу я хочу зазначити, що сьогодні День сухопутних військ України, і ми маємо вшанувати вшанувати наш найбільший підрозділ ЗСУ, який зараз воює в найскладніших умовах, особливо взимку. І кілька слів про АНЦ, чим ми займаємось. Загалом мережа АНЦ – це мурахи з англійської. І ми як та мережа проактивних українців, які кожен в своїй справі працюють задля відновлення, задля розвитку України. І ми, як мережа експертів, допомагаємо їм в адвокаційній роботі, в консультаційній і так далі. І, зокрема, наші основні напрямки діяльності – це євроатлантична інтеграція, це підсилення місцевого самоврядування, це формування нових лідерів, формування нової політичної еліти.
Could you show it? We are ants. we have been involved in civil society activities for 4 years. We have been protecting national interests. We work in different directions, and we will tell you about our main directions. We advocate European integration and NATO integration on Ukraine. We demand weapons, sanctions, F-16s to speed up our victory. We fight for the confiscation of Russian assets in Ukraine and abroad. We support local self-governance. We provide generators and other important pieces of equipment. We become a bridge between European and Ukrainian local self-governance. We organize visits to Belgium, Germany, Italy, France to exchange experience and establish contact with foreign partners. We prepare the concept for recovery. We develop organizations of volunteers, entrepreneurs, and artists who want Ukraine to recover. We also launched All Ukrainian Hub to support innovations on local level. We train students. We tell them about the principles of alliance work. We organized a simulation of NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We organized a visit to Brussels for them. We create educational courses, in particular European studies and governance school for Ukrainian leaders. We work with diaspora and support initiatives of Ukrainians abroad. We provide evaluation of social and economic state in Ukraine. We prepare substantial proposals for its improvement. We involve expert environments for the development of plan of recovery. We tell about ecocide and support eco-activism. We transfer our assistance packages to the military and the civilians. We managed to buy all the necessary equipment for the military. We provide them with the colors. We tell about the influence of war. We document war crimes of Russia in Ukraine. We tell about volunteer initiatives and success stories of vulnerable groups. We show the charismatic nature of Ukrainian society. We unite active and proactive Ukrainians to achieve results together and defend national interests of Ukraine. As you could see, we have many successes. We've been working since 2019 in a number of directions, and in particular, we work on the project we present today. I can see many familiar faces here. For example, we saw each other during the recent event about experience exchange with Latvian authorities. And as a representative of cultural sector, I am the executive director of Charitable Foundation Executive Ukraine. I would like to point out that over 600 libraries were damaged or destroyed. Millions of foundations have been destroyed as a result of full-scale invasion. Millions of books destroyed, etc. So it's very important to work on cultural policies, on cultural institutions reconstruction, and we as a cultural organization have been working on it. We are open to cooperation. We work for you as a network for the protection of national interests, so please reach out to us. Thank you, Ms. Luciana. The video really showed what your organization is working on. Your activities are very comprehensive. Please join these activities. And now I would like to give the floor to the representative of the EU delegation in Ukraine, Mr. René Steiner, advisor on migration and internal affairs, justice and healthcare of the EU Representative Office in Ukraine. Mr. René, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me here to represent my colleagues whose name you will find on the program. So Henrik unfortunately fell ill this morning. I hope it wasn't the coffee that we had last night when we spoke about the event, because I still feel very well, particularly in a setting that I like very much. I was here on Sunday for the last time, and I can just recommend to you, since we will speak about culture, to visit the exhibitions on the first and second floors about Christmas and Christmas traditions. I learned a lot. My favorite object is actually the bagpipe made out of a sheep's stomach that you will find on the other side. But that brings me already directly to why we, as the representation and the delegation of the European Union, are so happy to be amongst you. Just a floor below us, on that wall over there, is a picture of a Christmas tree that was erected on Maidan. And there you see references to the EU all over. This was from a very hard time of you, and a hard time that you successfully conquered and passed because of the strength of civil society. It shows that the EU values are deeply embedded in the society here. And there are people who are very courageous and brave to fight for these values. And this is also maybe a good moment to pause and think of the victims that the aggression has caused amongst civil society. We heard that today is the day of the land forces, but we should not forget that there are other heroes as well, not only those at the front line, but those reforming society, bringing it closer to values that you deem yours, and these are also values that we appreciate. Now, here, civil society is all over the key sectors for us. It is a big pleasure to work with you. And I have to say, I've been here only for several weeks, but the energy, the enthusiasm that we encounter is just amazing. It's really lifting the spirits. And I'm very happy to be amongst so many of you. Now, the good thing about finding out 3 minutes before giving a speech that you have to give it is that you have exactly 1 minute to look into the speaking points that were given to my colleague. And I saw 3 elements that I can pass on afterwards to Natalia to speak more about that. One is obviously culture. The second one is sea transport. So now I understand where the N, navigate in N's, comes from, because that was a bit unclear to me. And the third one I won't touch at all, because there will be a speech by me a bit later on. That's anti-money laundering, countering financing of terrorism. As a last thought, I just want to leave you with 2 figures. The EU delegation supports 45 projects with 51 million euros, which is quite a large amount. We are very happy to see that in terms of implementation, we do not encounter more than the occasional clerical error. So it is a big pleasure for us also financially to contribute to the Ukrainian civil society. And with that thought, thank you very much for accepting me to replace Henrik, and looking forward to some interesting discussions in the next hours. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you very much, Рене. Дякую, Рене.
Thank you, René. Thank you for this introductory speech. René already provided a little spoiler. In the end of our today's event, there is going to be a tour to the exhibitions mentioned by Mr. René. So please stay until the end. It will be a present on behalf of the museum to our project, and we are very grateful for it. And now I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy, Mr. Taras Shevchenko. Since a great part of our project is related to the cooperation with this ministry. So the floor is yours. Thank you. Good day to all of you. The Ministry of Culture was happy to be a partner of this project, Restoring Ukraine Together. And for us, it's a joint work of civil society organizations, of the state, of international organizations, of the European Union, all of our partners, because only if we work together, we will be able to achieve the best results as soon as possible. European integration is a topic which brings us together, and we had examples before when the government and the civil society worked together on the important task of getting the visa-free regime. And back then, having a bit complicated package of reform to work on, and I, as a representative of civil society organization back then, Hanna Hopko, who was an MP and head of the specialist committee, the MPs, the government, the civil society, we all have been working on the necessary changes, and we surprised the European Union by performing this big list of reforms, and it required responsibility and unity. For me, when I was working in the civil society organization, and since I have been working in the ministry, it has been very important to think about the necessary actions so that the Ukrainian society stays united and moves forward to the victory together. So European integration is a key priority for us today, and we are very happy that within the framework of this project, we got very valuable analytical studies results. We organized very important meetings. I will give a speech during the second panel discussion, so I will not speak for too long now, but I would like to express my gratitude once again to the European delegation, European Union delegation, to all those who have been involved in this project for joint work for Ukrainian future. Thank you. Thank you, Taras. And now I will try to briefly present what we have been working on for those who are not aware of it. Could you please show the slides? So, once again, the Restoring Ukraine project is funded by the European Union and implemented by the ANT civil society organization. As Rina already mentioned, we have been working in several directions: culture, maritime logistics, and financial monitoring. Within the framework of our project, we created an expert platform that brought together experts in these areas, and we have members of this platform here, the expert in cultural sector. This sector has been suffering from lack of funding today, but we all know that without culture we will not thrive. Here you can see all those involved in the project. Ms. Linda Berzina will briefly present the results of our work. It's our Latvian expert who has experience of working in the Ministry of Culture of Latvia. And she will tell us about the experience of this culture, which is very important for us. She will present the key findings in cultural sector and some examples which can be useful for us. We already could hear her presentation in Ukraine form. Then we have Luisa Moroz with us, Natalia Krynia and Yaroslav Petrakov, who have been working on the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation strategy. Taras Marshallok will give a presentation later. We also have Victoria Kolesnikova with us, who has been working on the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation strategy as well. Volodymyr Vorobey, together with his colleague who will join us later, they have been developing recommendations for the local self-governance bodies. Volodymyr Rabotnyov and Vivek Magnon have been cooperating with us as experts on anti-corruption measures and good governance measures in maritime sector, because this sector of port control is very prone to corruption risks, and it is not in there. We had an honor to involve into our project, which is ex-head of financial investigation department, and she was the head of the committee who developed recommendations for Ukraine about training in private and public sector, as well as sanctions regime for anti-money laundering measures, which is very important for Ukrainian recovery. I will skip this slide because I already told you about the experts about the European integration in culture. I would like to invite you to download this report using the QR code. There are many useful links and referrals to the useful documents, which is in particular the plan of the EU in the area of culture for 2023-26, policy reviews in the areas of cultural heritage and intellectual property, and other very important documents. And it's important to get familiarized with this document because we want to contribute to the cultural heritage of the European Union, and we certainly deem the European priorities and values ours. A bit later, Taras will show you the report about the distribution of expenditures from local and state budget. But for you to understand the point to which the information is interesting, I will briefly show you a few slides. So here you can see the allocation from local and state budget, and you can see that the allocation from the local budget is lower than before, but it's been stable, and it's been 3%. You can see here that 60% of the funds were allocated to labor reimbursement, and the average salary of full-time workers was previously around 4,000. And in the sector of culture, it increased, and the average salary in the sector of libraries is 10,000, over 10,000. It's a very small salary, and you will hear about it in more details later from Taras. Please stay with us. The updating Ukrainian Cultural Foundation strategy was conducted. You can download the updated strategy using the QR code here. We are very grateful to our experts who undertook this work. We are grateful to the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation for this productive cooperation with the project, which led to a very substantiated document. Another great achievement of our project is the fact that before, during the discussion of Ukrainian Facility Fund, there was no culture mentioned, but we managed to get together 135 representatives of cultural sector, in particular through the ANT organization, and we submitted an open letter to the Cabinet of Ministers with the requirement to include culture into Ukrainian Facility Fund. And we achieved success here thanks to you, not thanks to Anne. We were only coordinating these activities, and we were heard. The culture was included, and we have great hopes that the funds from this fund will be allocated for the recovery of culture and probably cultural heritage. Last week, we ended the cultural exchange visit to Latvia. As I already mentioned, Latvia is the country who managed to succeed in this path of European integration, and we are very grateful to our Latvian colleagues for exchanging this useful experience. You can use the QR code to download the document about the implementation of FATF recommendations about the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing measures. I would like to add that Ms. Ilza is leading European expert in this area, and the suggested approach is unique. It hasn't been implemented nowhere in the world, and it's a very comprehensive approach that can allow us to progress in anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing activities. It will be presented during a separate panel discussion. It will be very interesting, but no spoilers. In terms of maritime logistics, we were honored to become partners with the ex-Ministry of Infrastructure and now it's Ministry of Recovery, and as well as Maritime Anti-Corruption organization, which is also a European organization having a separate component supporting Ukraine. So we cooperated with them and with the ministry to ensure transparent rules for the control of vessels in Ukrainian ports, because at the stage of recovery, our ports will be the first thing the investors will see, because most of the equipment and resources will be received through Ukrainian ports. And to fight with the corruption risks related to these activities, we will need to undertake substantial activities. We will hear about them today. So we have been working on improving the rules for vessel control in Ukrainian ports, and we were bringing in line all the standards for the staff. you will learn about the use of our activities. We conducted several studies. At the first stage, 85 respondents took part in the study. At the second stage, 96 plus 38 respondents participated in it. I will briefly mention the awareness about the recovery plan for Ukraine. 42% of respondents said that they were aware of this plan at the first stage, but they didn't know whether it is approved by someone, officially adopted by someone. And now, as we approach the end of the project, the general awareness is 82%, and 80, and some of them don't know the details about it. About the level of implementation of legislation and practices of the European Union, we were asking whether the association agreement specifies all of our engagement as a EU country, and we see an increase in this indicator. 40% know about it and need more details.
На постійній основі.
At a permanent basis, it's still 5% from time to time. On request, it doubled, 26% now awareness, but not engagement, 53%. So it's also doubled the awareness, and unawareness, lack of awareness, less by 3 times, only 16% of our respondents. Well, my last slide now. Availability of the plans for the EU law. It is an interesting point. In the first wave, 50% thought that it was full conformity, and 65 yes and no, something to complete. Now we have the screening, many people engaged in that screening among the NGOs, and the level of optimism had dropped by just 3%, but the level of answers when people think that there is some compliance increased up to 34%, and non-compliance 9%. That's a unique situation, stays the same. These are results of our measurements, and let me conclude by stating this, my presentation, then we'll discuss in more detail the developments of the year. Thank you.
Пані Катерина Чуєва, ми вас тоді...
And now we're having a rotation. We need Katerina Chuyeva to appear on the stage, rotating with our participants who are leaving the podium. Well, now, dear colleagues, let us start our first panel, and we are beginning it with Linda Berzina, who I presented. She was engaged in our project. Let's reconstruct Ukraine together with our culture foundation. Latvia should represent in the Latvian parliament, and she was involved in the accession, working back then for the Ministry of Culture of Latvia. And she responded to request from the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. And she will discuss the things that are still not there to bring our cultural policies and practices into compliance, because there is a lot still under-regulated, and there are directives and regulations to that effect. There's a whole landscape, and the ministry approached us because the evaluation of the EU wasn't coming up with a high score, and because that back then the Minister of Culture also was responsible for youth and sports. Now we put a special emphasis on culture, and the law on media was back then adopted and highly appreciated by the European Commission. So, Linda, please tell us about the principal areas we have to take into account, to focus on, and which practices can be utilized for the state, for the sake of the government, and also those people who are trying to be active in that sector at a time of war, mind you, to still maintain and develop creative industries. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So, Natalia, first I wanted to ask, do I share some slides, or I better don't use anything and be short in my time?
We have your slides here. So if you want to share them, you just ask to put them on. Shall we put them on?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah? Включіть слайди, будь ласка. And then you just say next slide, and our colleagues will switch them. Okay.
Great. But first of all, Natalia already explained everything, how we worked together. But I also wanted to say, and you can put next slide, I also wanted to say very shortly just that, I'm sorry, I think this is not the right presentation, so you can just then take it off, because this is from the report. I will just say it without, sorry. So first of all, I would like to say that it was a very big pleasure working with the Ukrainian experts from ministry, from your organization, Natalia. I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised of the high competence that your experts are having. So my work basically was doing the legal structures, putting numbers, putting some priorities, and explaining in depth the priorities. But all the big work that you have done, it's really very much appreciated. So also, Commission, I'm very happy that European Commission recommended the European Council to move forward with opening the negotiations of membership of Ukraine. And this week has been and is still very tough for European countries, as we know that there are some probably obstacles coming, but we wish you the best result in this. But I wanted to say here that nevertheless, the results of the European Council this weekend, the strategic goal to implement the accession agreement with the European Union still is very good goal to follow, and not for the sake of legislation or for some paperwork, but really for the Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian values. So this was the first thing, and I will not go deep into any numbers or legislations. Everything is written in report. I will just touch upon few main priorities that we can talk about here. So, as I said, there is a very good structure of Ministry of Culture already done following the association agreement. But what I wanted to emphasize, which is still next thing that Ukraine can do, is to see that culture can be a big part of the whole system of the country. That culture has this essential role that it can benefit from all priorities. Let's say European Union now has set 5 big priorities. It's a European Green Deal, which is this climate neutral modern society. Second one is a European Fit for Digital Age, which shall give more possibilities for young people, for young generation, and for accessibility. It also economy that works for people, which means economy that includes also new generation, seniors. European Union has set also priority promoting European way, which means promoting the values of democracy, of rule of law, fighting disinformation, which is very important. And you have to see that the culture fits very well in these priorities, and not only to benefit from it, but also to contribute to those priorities. Therefore, already for 10 years, more than 10 years, European system says that culture has not only culture cooperation function, which I can see more in Ukrainian papers now, but it also has very big social dimension, economic dimension, and external dimension. This external dimension, for example, you can see it very well now during this hard time of war. You can see how culture sector is being so active that I think the whole world knows so much about Ukrainian culture at this moment, that this is something that we would never achieve. So everyone everywhere knows something about Ukrainian culture. Therefore, next thing that I would like to say that the work that Ministry of Culture or government can put into very forefront is the work for people. That the culture shall be for people, but not only for people as an end result, but also including people in decision making, meaning that it's very important to create legitimate platforms for culture policy discussion, so that everyone that is involved in culture or is interested in culture policy can be part of decision making. So it means there shall be some clear structures, regular structures with results, with feedback, with following events, where everyone can be involved. Second thing that is a kind of suggestion for next steps for culture, and it follows the legitimate platforms, is the bottom-up approach. If we include people, if we include NGOs, universities, organizations, institutions, or just groups of interest in decision making, then we reach this bottom-up approach, when decisions are not only decided in high level, but everyone feels included because he can share some experience or give his advice. Another suggestion, like seeing the whole system, how it works in Ukraine, would be to more activate cross-sectoral approaches, like cross-sectoral activities, meaning that culture can very well work together with education, which you have experienced also by a few Latvian projects, like Latvian School Bag, which was more presented in more forums in Ukraine already, or culture and environment, which is very much used also in art, in contemporary art, that you can speak about climate change, about environment issues through culture, through art. So it also culture and regional development, cultural and urban development. You can have so many sectors working with culture together to make these interesting events, but also to promote all these priorities, and not to leave culture in a very small side, but culture can be part of everything. So culture can work together with other ministries, with other sectors, and create projects and activities in all sectors. So another thing that we were seeing that Ukraine can still develop networking and networking of culture operators, like local networking between local communities, between local municipalities, in national level, and also in international level. So cultural networking shall be another thing to develop. And of course, you can never forget cultural diversity, which is very important priority in European Union as such, as it is the main slogan of European Union. So also, I developed it in my report very deeply, but usually about funding of culture. If you work together with all these sectors, then you can also have more opportunities in European Union funding. You don't only look then at culture funding, but you can look also in regional development funding, social funding, and educational funding. So there are very many programs that are not directly concerning culture, but if culture cooperates with other sectors, then of course it can be part of it. Energy, as I said, Green Deal, education. Yes, I also put it in my report very, very detailed. So if anyone is interested. But basically, to conclude, perhaps this intervention at this point, I would also like to say why you should do it, why we need to talk about culture in such a detailed way, in such a broad way, and why we should develop, and why it's important. Like, first thing is that yes, you can have in your government, in this system, that culture has more significant role. If you are doing these things that I mentioned, you can have more significant role in saying about other things, about social things, about other things. Also, yes, you need these cross-sectoral, cross-cultural activities just to engage people, to provide more information. Basically, then culture can work also as a messenger. And here I would like to say that cultural communication is very important thing. You have to stipulate that projects that are supported from state funding or other or EU funding or regional funding, that they communicate well about this project, because culture can be a very good messenger to people. If you develop these things, then culture can be more accessible. For example, if culture works with social sector, then you can provide that people with disabilities or with other problems, they can more access culture, or seniors or young people. So culture accessibility is a very crucial thing, as well as cultural engagement. All these activities, they basically can lead also that people engage in activities. They think more of your messages if they are involved. And of course, especially now, it's so important that culture gets more international, more networking, more best experiences, more experiences from other countries, and more, yes, more engaging in global partnerships. So I think this was all that I could say in this short time. And thank you. If any questions will arrive, I will answer them, Natalia.
Thank you, Linda. Дякую, Лінда. Колеги,
Thank you very much. If we have any time at the end, we can arrange for a Q&A session. You can download using the QR code the report, which is available through our handouts. This is a visionary document for years to come. Now let me refer to Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy, Taras Shevchenko, who will, in much detail, we are very thankful, review all our products in the cultural sector. And there will be later a question to Tatiana Shuliha. We have a new evaluation mission for the enlargement. Enlargement reports. We've familiarized ourselves with Linda's reports. But Taras, what are the plans for the ministry to bridge the gaps thus identified and fill the cultural sector with the opportunities to join the European communities through culture? Thank you very much for this question. Good afternoon. Good morning, actually. Well, let me start stating that it was my request, the project, to find an expert from EU that would be in position to take this view and make this overview to identify the gaps. There's no EU law in the sphere of culture. I am a media person. I worked most of my life for media sector, and there's a directive on design of media service since our time of association with the EU. That was a requirement of conditionality to implement the directive, and had to be institutionalized. We had to do the transposition. In culture, there's no EU law, because EU law, well, is one thing, but there are national legislations, there are national jurisdictions, and their cultural policies differ. So there was that issue of what hadn't been done and had to be done, and what were the guidelines for the development of European cultural policy for the purposes of negotiation. That was arranged in a different way than our ministries. Our sectoral ministry is mostly in culture and culture plus education. If you read through the report, you would probably see that 60 to 70% is about education. And this is 2 out of 4. That's the rating we get. And getting into detail with a new evaluation, people, high authority, whom I respect very much, were posting on Facebook, 2 out of 4, look on this ministry, what are they doing? So I'm not quoting, but it was a very low level of appreciation of the society among the opinion makers. The 2 out of 4 grades, but they never bothered to read at least 1 page of the report to change their mind. Our media sees information society, partial rights of journalists as part of human rights. So our topics are assigned to different blocks, different tracks of negotiation. Information policy is not an issue, it's not a notion in the EU. There are policies, there are sectors assigned to national states with legislation, regulation, and cultural policy is together with education, and they have policy for youth also and policy for sports that have a microscopic part. Mostly it's education. So why there is no educational policy in the EU? And what is there? There's policy in the sphere of media, and it is well divided. We have this law on information, the information policy base. But most often, our journalists confuse information policy with communication. Communication campaigns, PR, awareness campaigns, parties announce information policy as their communication policy. And we should distinguish when we discuss information policy. That means everything having to do with information in your country, but this is also digitalization of that information. So it is broken into smaller specific areas. And policy in media, this is about laws. So in media, policy with digitalization, understand what it is about. And you can acquaint yourselves with that. So the cultural block, which is of utmost interest. We are thankful to Linda for the report. So we had its presentation and particular discussion. We looked into it in much detail. And this document is deliverable. That is here to stay for our use as a ministry, and we will be actually using it as our benchmark for the ministry culture to proceed. We would like to get higher rating on Minister of Education have their part to do, but ours is cultural. And for next year, we should prepare this strategy for cultural development. And in the report, we have this soft law part and how important such principles and standards are. Any kind of strategy in the sphere of culture has to be drafted with maximum engagement of all the stakeholders, performers, actors in culture, just in theater, and strategizing, exchange of opinion and experience in the European Union. It is assigned much better, much clearer, and the essence is much better. Since my days in the civil society, we had different opinions sometimes on the draft law on public consultations those days. In the European countries, you see the process of preparation for any kind of decision is a procedure that's institutionalized. There is no law on public consultation. Albania has it, I believe, but otherwise these are the rules which are provided for the ministries, for their regulations, with the roadmap, with the algorithm, with the order of action. And the European Union are now finalizing the Media Act, the law. Media, as one of the preliminary stages, the EU promulgated a short memo. There's a 2-page, I believe. And the law on media should be an act adopted by the EU. It is directly binding. And we would like to invite your opinions. We'll have 2 months to collect them and feed into our work. It shouldn't be formal, like post on the side, wait for some time, and then say, well, there's nothing there, so let's proceed the way we should. But there should be this will, that where there's a will, there's a way, and it is to be done in a timely fashion. When the draft law is finalized, it's a bit too late. Some problems are just unnecessary or irrelevant. So we have to go through several stages, not just of the draft law bill, the way it is done here. We have by far much more drafts than the European Union, and the strategy for cultural development on the lines of our Euro integration. As Deputy Minister responsible for this particular area, well, let me just stress that we drafting this Ukraine facility. The Ukraine facility is a document for the Ukrainian government to reconcile with the EU, which will become part and parcel of tourism.
Відбудеться і закінчиться.
Euros. We hope for conclusion of this process, successful one. Culture is there. Culture should be there in terms of description, in terms of actual events. The action plan, we have this strategy now. It is reflected in the report, which was promulgated by the European Commission on the 8th of November. So in 2024, and this process in 2024 for development of the strategy is to be one of the key issues because the European integration is of utmost importance for us. Another thing, in terms of what we should do and how to communicate, there are things which are done, but this is not a matter of public knowledge. There are many performances going to the European. We are not always aware of this information, ready to present it and communicate.
But now, when we see that among the soft rules of the European Union, there is the importance of cooperation between between European countries, it is an indicator for us that we need to highlight and coordinate our cooperation. For example, we planned a dialogue with our theaters, operas, for the upcoming days to discuss the topic of international cooperation and European integration. Participation in different forums, platforms, that's something the Restoring Ukraine Together project did. We need to highlight that Ukrainian artists and Ukrainian organizations have to be integrated into cultural networks of the European Union. Within the framework of another project, there was a small delegation visiting a cultural institutions forum in Helsinki. And it may seem to be small things, but they are valuable in the cultural sector. So we need our Ukrainian key cultural institutions, such as Cultural Foundation, Book Institute, etc., to be actively involved in the work of these networks. And of course, they need to pay their fees, member fees. And cultural diversity is another topic. Not only Europe is diverse, but Ukraine is diverse as well, and we need to support this internal diversity ourselves. And we need to cooperate with different agencies, national minorities, indigenous people. These tasks are on the agenda. There are some difficulties in terms of negotiations with our neighbor countries. Our parliament adopted a law which was not so simple in view of the recent discussions and criticism. But the first reaction I saw on Facebook, on the internet, on other websites, is positive, and I hope it will stay like that. Sergei Sidorenko from Europejska Pravda journal called it an example how the state and state representatives need to cooperate and listen to each other to improve draft laws. So the ministry will use the opinion we received. I only mentioned a few points from it. There are many more, and they are all valuable to us, and we are going to improve our activities by working on implementation of these recommendations and other standards of the European Union. The strategy for the development of the cultural sector being one of the main priorities for the next year. Thank you, Taras. You mentioned very important topics, in particular formal and non-formal discussions of draft laws and the soft measures are also important in all sectors. And if there is no engagement, but there are soft measures, it's not always understood in Ukraine, and we hope that the strategic documents that are going to be developed during the next year will change the situation. Because first we need to define strategic directions, we need to hold the biggest discussions about them, and then we start implementing these strategic directions through different specific events. I would like to start talking about what the EU expects. Ms. Tatiana Shulha is today with us. Thank you for joining us with us. It's sectoral manager of cultural direction of the EU representative office in Ukraine, and she knows what is the role of this sector during the negotiations with the European Union. She also can tell us what the European Commission and the European Union and Ukraine are ready to support in civil sector. What are the priorities? So the two questions: what are we going to have in these in terms of negotiations, and what are the priorities in cultural areas supported by the European Union? The floor is yours, Ms. Tatiana. Thank you for the invitation, for the questions. I will start with the negotiations. I think, it's strange that I, as official representative, the EU delegation stated, but we need to have actors in these negotiations with the clear positions and clear understanding of their interests. So we expect to have discussion among experts, and besides strategic directions, we will need to dive deeper into sectoral topics and speak about specific cultural initiatives. We understand that it will be related to fundamental rights, and it will be also related to business processes, because we understand that in the area of the Ministry of Culture, engagement the cultural industry, we need a better understanding of every sector in terms of creative industries, but we also need to have agency So on the level of every sector, there should be actors capable to cooperate with the Ministry of Culture and of voicing the stance not of individual enterprises or organizations, but who are aware of general problematic issue of this sector, who would be able to work strategically. Only then this process will be as effective and speedy as possible, because we will discuss practical questions that may arise during the cooperation, in particular soft law and other aspects. And secondly, this process will be very beneficial to Ukraine because standing up for its interests, well, even before the start of practical negotiations, we saw that the best friends of Ukraine become not so good friends. So the discussion has to rely upon the facts and the existing practices, as well as understanding of the European legislation. What does it mean? It means involvement of experts. They are present in Ukraine, so we need their involvement in the ministry's activities, in the activities of working groups, negotiation groups in different sectors. It's a bit easier to cooperate on topics of heritage because it's a topic which is easy to defend. It's hard to defend on practice, but it's easy to declare that we want to protect cultural heritage, etc. But when it comes to business and creative industries, on one hand, we express the support, but so there should be expert groups. Of course, there are many specialized topics, but generally there should be cooperation between different actors on the level of these groups. Of course, we expect leadership, expertise and capacity on the part of the ministry. I understand how difficult it is under current circumstances. We expect that we will finally have a head of the Ministry of Culture who will be able to work with to discuss long-term terms of cooperation. We also expect to see a team. The European Union will reinforce and help as much as possible. Of course, there should be separate members of these negotiations, independent actors. So within the next years, we will see the development of culture, and there are many components of it. First, it's the plan for recovery, which we managed to include. We managed to include the culture into this plan, and it will allow us to have flexibility later. We need to include the support for culture everywhere we can, because the future development of Ukraine will depend on specific directions. There will be support in terms of European integration just recently we signed a big project according to which the ministry will get expert support from the civil society and sectoral experts. So we very much hope that this project will be successful and used to its fullest. Of course, we will continue the support of cultural organizations. House of Europe will continue its operation. As you know, it offers a whole range of tools of all levels, at the individual level and infrastructural level, different sorts of exchanges, etc. Creative Europe project will continue, and the Bureau will publish information about the available competitions. And there will be other projects, and participants will be able to get grants if they are chosen. There will be cultural heritage support projects. There is a group, subgroup created by the European Union who deals with the matters of survival of Ukrainian cultural heritage, which is important. And we also hope that if the current state of affairs allow it, we will include culture in our different initiatives. It can be a tool of economic development, a tool of inclusion, a tool of reinforcement of political culture, democratization, a tool for awareness raising in terms of non-discrimination. The culture can be a tool for diminishing tensions, even if it's artificial in terms of national minorities. We understand that it's a broad issue, and obvious support to culture and national minorities can be a good political signal. But in addition to political signals, the national minorities actually require support, especially under the current circumstances. We may mention here Roma minority, Crimea Tatars, etc. So there may be many stereotypes, but we have to act in these directions, and we have all the capacities for it. So the culture stays in our agenda, and it's good that there are many people who really take care of it and are vigilant so that it is not sidelined during different political discussions. Another thing I wanted to underline, it's awareness raising about local development, because the recovery plan will in any case be related to local development, and we need to explain the role of culture for communities. It will be it has to be a very substantial direction during the following years. And at some point, there may be a situation where communities will have to join the efforts and put their efforts, and the infrastructure itself will not work. We need to change the format, and without culture, without tolerance, without dialogue which is developed through culture, it will be a very difficult path. So I would like to underline this direction is one of the important aspects in terms of recovery, but also in terms of European integration, because we need to use European experience here. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Tatiana. It's a very detailed answer, and you even did a share of my work, because I wanted to exactly to start talking about the role of regional development, the role of culture in terms of regional development, and you did it already. Thank you for that. So our next speaker is Ms. Agita Kaupusha, advisor of the head on European municipalities in Latvia, the head of local office for regional and local communities. Is Ms. Agita with us?
I am.
Hello. Thank you for joining us today. Our project focuses in particular on regional development, and I think that your experience will be extremely valuable for our colleagues today, who are numerous in our hall today. They represent our regions, and some of people present with us today had a chance to visit Latvia last week, to visit some of your regions and cities. So the floor is to you. What advice you may have in terms of role of the culture in regional development? So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you a lot. I hope that you can hear me, and I would like the technical support to share with the presentation. Thank you. I was asked to respond to several questions, but I would like to say that this will be just an insight, because in several minutes I have the time for that. We can't go into depth, but maybe it's not so bad, because we can always continue our discussions during the next event. If you could put the next slide. So I would like to start with a diptych with two pictures, and I would like to compare the culture as a concrete foundations of the house, so that it's clear. To the left side, for me, you can see the house, which is built on sand, and it means that it won't last for long. But to the right side, there is a house with concrete foundation. So whenever you build any kind of policy, midterm, long-term, so you have to take into consideration that you are including the culture. Next slide, please. I was asked to speak a little bit on the role of culture in the integration to the EU, and I was reflecting on it and have come to the conclusion that culture is everything. It's language, artworks, poems, songs, libraries, concert halls, museums, and we could continue. And the soul is forming our identity. And you also know from better than me that during the invasion, during the last year, what has been destroyed in Ukraine. This has been artworks, this has been a lot of libraries, concert halls, theaters, and now you can answer better than me why, what was the reason why these places were destroyed. And speaking about the integration to the European Union can also be compared with life in community. And from the everyday life, you know that the more you discover the others, the better you can understand them and can make this life in community to really happen. And through that, you can discover the others through culture, which gives an opportunity to understand the others even without understanding the language, meaning that you can listen songs, you can watch sometimes theaters also without the language, and you can watch some artworks. Next slide, please. How was it in our municipalities after regaining independence so many decades ago? So local authorities have started to work on the restoration of our identity. It was done through different kinds of activities. For example, we were changing the names of the streets. You can't maybe see very good in the picture in the presentation, but when I lived in Riga, I lived in a suburb, and we had the street named in the name of academic Mstislav Keldysh. And I never understood who was this person or was such a bizarre name. And now the street, for example, is renamed in the name of famous Latvian poets. Then you can see also some pictures. We have rebuilt the great bandstand in Riga, where we are having song and sometimes also dance festivals, a very great cultural event. Then to the right side, you can see the picture with a newly built library in Ogre municipality, which serves also as a community place where the community can meet and have their own events. And then what else I would like to stress, you can see also the picture of a small cultural house in Latvia, where in the municipality with several thousands of people near to the sea. And it's also important that the cultural buildings and cultural places are renovated and built not only in the capital city, not only big cities, but also in small places, because people live everywhere. Next slide, please. With all this, we were continuing with well-positioned culture. I like to mention this term well-positioned because you can understand with this different kinds of things. Well-positioned meaning that you are building, for example, the cultural houses in the municipality where people from abroad can also come, the municipality which is on the border, and the people from another country can easier come to attend some events and concerts. And also you can promote cultural tourism and you can promote ecotourism. For example, in the picture, you can see that one of the biggest cities, Liepāja, will become the European Capital of Culture in 2027. Then the municipalities can organize and support the organization of different kinds of concerts of well-known European artists. And sometimes these concerts can take place in unusual places. As you can see in the picture to the right side, this is the concert taking place on the parking place near the seaside. That was a camera chamber orchestra concert, but the event was supported by a municipality. And the concert itself was combined with touristic activity. For example, the people who wanted, who attended this concert before, they were invited to a short walking near the sea to reach the destination of the concert. And to the right side down, you can see that municipalities are also involved in different kinds of projects funded by EU programs and organizing not only concerts, not only cultural events, but also innovative art events. For example, involving artificial intelligence. You can see that there is this paraplane in the picture, but you can't see it in real life. It's a virtual reality, and you can see it just through the specific appliance. And to conclude everything you could take from our experience from such kind of cultural activities, either implemented or supported by municipalities. In most cases, they have been funded and will be funded using the EU funding. It can be structural funds, it can be different kind of EU programs, Erasmus program or program Creative Europe, but everything starts from the idea. Everything starts from the development planning of the municipality and the priorities set for the development. And the next slide, please. Some words about our association. I'm representing the Latvian Association of Local Regional Governments. Not for everything a huge funding is necessary. For example, we are implementing global education activities, which are including the aspects of creativity already since 2016. The budget of these activities is really small. But however, we believe that this cooperation has a future and could be like a first step of something bigger, maybe for some bigger events involving municipalities or the participation of our municipalities in bigger projects together with the municipalities of another countries and also NGOs. What lies at the core of our global education activities, it's that we always involve youth. They are always with the aspect of creativity. I don't know why, but this is the case that they almost always involve municipalities from Ukraine. And then we are involving art and music schools because thus we are obtaining, we are making like a magic triangle. We are involving children, youth from the one side, from the second side, these are teachers, and from the third side, we believe that these are parents as well, because we think that whatever activities are done by children, then they are telling about these activities to their parents when they are preparing or when they are coming home and describing what have they done during the daytime. And just to comment some pictures, you can see the diversity of the activities we have organized. For example, the common art exhibitions, where the youth from Latvia and Ukraine have prepared art pieces and drawings, and they have organized afterwards in Latvia one common exhibition. To the right side, you can see the children. They have participated in the music and art video we have created during the Corona times. It was there was one Latvian song performed by children from Latvia, Ukraine, and Georgia. They have learned the song independently in their music schools or at home, and then we have put it together in one video, like making a one choir. And the second part of the video consisted of paintings and drawings drawn by children of all the three countries, but the topic was the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically climate and nature. And then another activity which lies close to our heart is the mural painting, which was done last year in one of our municipalities, in Preļļi municipality, who is cooperating with Nizhyn municipality in Ukraine. That was a mural on the wall of secondary school, but on the basis of the painting was a drawing made by artists from Nizhyn. I haven't put the picture in the presentation, but I would like to mention maybe somebody inspires from this activity. Last year, we have organized a charity concert as well in Preļļi municipality with the participation of Ukrainian musicians from Nizhyn municipality. These were several ladies who came to sing. But what was the precondition to organize the common concert was that this should consist of cooperation. For example, they were singing, but the accompanying band was from Latvia. And as well, another thing how to make this unity in culture was that there was one song which were performed in two languages alternatively, changing Latvian and Ukrainian. In the whole, it made like one common song. And next slide, please. I was also asked for some to give some future perspective. And I would like to say that we are waiting impatiently for future common activities, which would succeed construction and reconstruction together of our common European identity. And just some hints, where can we implement common activities? This is the Erasmus Plus program, and exactly on 28th of November, the call for proposal was published. And you can see that Ukraine participates in some of the actions where you can implement common activities and share with the best practice, and also implement activities both in Latvia and Ukraine. Speaking also about the culture, it's the new European Bauhaus, which means beautiful, sustainable, and together, making some creative activities involving the inhabitants. And Bauhaus is among specific objectives and priorities that projects under different Erasmus actions could support. And another program is Creative Europe, which is also supporting culture and audiovisual sectors, and where Ukraine also participates in some of the strands. And the last slide, please. Just to conclude, one sentence about, to my mind, important for Latvia and Ukraine as well, that said by Julian of Norwich, all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Дуже вам дякуємо за цей досвід. І зараз
Thank you very much for this piece of experience, and now we are going to greet another speaker from Latvia, Zaiga Puce, who is director of the Latvian Directorate of Social Integration. This foundation are supporting different initiatives, and Zaiga will discuss that. So we exchange experience with Latvia. We had this great delight, and we're happy to meet her, and now to greet her on this event. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Так, ми вас дуже добре чуємо. Тож,
Yes, we can hear you well. Zaiga, you have discussed a lot your organization when we were staying in Latvia, but we were in a very narrow circle of people back then. Now we would like to introduce your experience to a broader audience. So here is your opportunity. The floor is yours.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm happy to see you, and I'm happy to share our experience. I hope you can see my slides. I see that you don't see them in full, but well, I'll try to share them again. A minute. So it should go. Yeah. So I think I'm here because Society Integration Foundation, well, I would say we don't work exactly with classical cultural things, but the responsibility for integration and intercultural learning is under Ministry of Culture. So in the cohesion and integration issues, we are working with Ministry of Culture, and I hope maybe some of the things I can tell you about will also be valuable for you. So now the slides are not moving. I hope you can see that the slides changed.
Yes, we see that.
Okay, thank you. So this is, we have Society Integration Foundation. We have a specific law for us, and the purpose of our or aim, why do we exist, is the purpose of to financially support and promote the integration of society in accordance with the development planning documents. So this is what is written in our law. I would say it's quite narrow. You will see what do we do. But still, this was the aim 20 years ago when the foundation was established in 2001. So we have a specific legal status. We are derived legal entity under public law, a public foundation, which means that we have a specific governance. We are not directly under any ministry. We have this functional governance under different ministries, and if we talk specific about integration, then the responsible ministry, as I told you already, is Ministry of Culture. But still, we have a council. In our council, we have 10 members, and it consists of 5 ministers, specific ministries like Regional Development Ministry, Ministry of Welfare, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, and Judicial Ministry. So, and then we also have 1 representative from the Prime Minister and 4 NGOs, which we choose each 3 years. Yes, the number of employees is changing because when we have new projects and new period of European funds comes in and bigger projects is there, so the employees also are more than usually, but now we have 54 employees, and it's enough to do a good job. So yeah, we have our mission and vision, but what I would like to tell about is what is our main clients, if we can say so, with we work. So we work with NGOs, that's why it's in the center, and we support civic society, and I would say all the NGOs in every different issue they are working in, because we have one of the programs that is called NGO Foundation. And this program is meant to help NGOs with capacity building. So that's why every NGO who knows that they need something for capacity building, they can apply in this program, and then we evaluate them. We also work with large families and families with disabled kids, then employers, asylum seekers, and refugees. And when the war in Ukraine started, we also started to work with Ukrainian refugees. Maybe you know already that we have in Latvia a specific law for Ukrainian civilians, and that's why this is like out of the main group that we're working, asylum seekers and refugees. So then we also work with socially excluded persons, discriminated groups, and commercial media support is also supported by our foundation. So here I wrote a little bit about our programs that we have. We also work with diaspora. I think that's also an issue that maybe not always countries are thinking about, but we had some years when we also started to work with I would say what you are doing now, started to work with the European Union in order to enter European Union. And then there were some countries that opened the market a little bit earlier, like Ireland, for example. And then there were a lot of people who went there for work. And of course, as it happens in life, some of them stayed there for good. And we are working with those people because we want to have the connection with them. And that's why we support also diaspora NGOs who work in those diaspora countries. We also support camps for children in diaspora. They're like mixed camps where there are children from diaspora and also Latvian children, so they could use the language, could communicate, and so on. And also we support language training for those kids or families living out in diaspora countries. So I already started to tell about our support for families, I would say large families and families with disabled kids. We have these cards, which is called the Honorable Family Card. And this is for families with 3 or more children, or with even one child if it's a child with disabilities. So, and what does it mean? It means that there is this discount card for more than 500 different businesses who provide these discounts for those families. We are working with these entrepreneurs who are providing those discounts. This is, well, our work to get those discounts higher, to make them wider and so on. But why this card is helpful? Because this card helps large families to, I would say, to make more free their budget. Because, for example, we have the big food shop chains there, also fuel stations or something like that. So this helps families to manage their budget better. Yeah, we also have programs like family-friendly workplace or family-friendly municipality. And actually, this is the day when we are going to announce this year's most friendliest municipality. And what does it mean? It means that all those municipalities, and also in the other program, which is about workplace, we I would say encourage those employers or municipalities to think more focused about what they can offer to the citizens or people who live in those municipalities or work in the workplace. What does they lack? What should they offer more? And also, it's very important in all these programs that we have that there is this civic activity included. For example, if we talk about family-friendly municipality, we have also one part of evaluation is this citizen voting system, where they can tell what would they like to see in their municipality, are they happy with the work of municipality, and so on and so on. So this is something that the municipalities value, because they can know their the persons who live in this municipality, they can know the opinion of the municipality between the elections. Because I think that's the same in every country or democratic country who have elections, that politicians always listen when the elections are coming, but maybe there are not as many instruments to listen to society when the elections are quite apart. So I would say that these programs help to develop civic society activity. It helps people to find a place where they can say what they want to hear, what they wanted that the municipality would hear, and also the municipality can well hear what they are doing right and what maybe they should change or overthink. So about the NGO support, I already told you. I won't say it once more. Yeah, about support to vulnerable groups or most deprived groups. This is European Social Fund program that provides specific packages for most deprived people, like food packages or hygiene packages. And this is also something that if nothing else have worked and this person is already in a vulnerable group, so we don't let them to starve, if we can say so. And about the support of commercial media, maybe that's not the thing that goes directly under integration, but well, this is for now our responsibility to support media so they could write analytic journalism and all those things that need to be written in the media, also when it's not very good for advertisement. Like, for example, analytic content, it needs to be done for a long time. It needs more people involved than just to get news there or something like that. And that's like country interest to support media so they could do that. They could do qualitative content and so on. Yeah, then we have also a specific issue about diversity and inclusion. We had European Fund project about that. Some of the things are from the project, but this project will end this year. And the best things that I would say, piloted, we will leave. And what we know, and we asked for entrepreneurs, what would they need now about diversity management? And one of the things they said they would need is one informational platform where to find everything about what is diversity management, what are the terms, what are the laws, what activities should they do if they have nothing, or if they are already involved in some of the things. So what else could they do? And this is a thing that we are now developing. We are also working with diversity management standard. We translated one of it, and hopefully after 2 months it will be available for everybody from Latvian Standard Committee. Then we made already public awareness campaigns, and I think we will do it again because, about civic society and about diversity and about human rights, you have to talk all the time. It's not enough that you do something and maybe you even see that society is getting more open or empathetic. That's not enough, because these are the things you have to talk constantly. People change their minds, people get used to it, and also there are some things that it's normal now, and some things that will be normal after 20 years. And we have to talk about all kinds of discrimination or other things that wouldn't be acceptable, and why. So that's what we also are doing. We are consulting entrepreneurs about diversity management issues and helping them to develop. We also train them. We have these training programs that's called Viewpoint, where we work with CEOs, and we have a different program for employees. We also have this like employers evaluation about diversity, though they can evaluate themselves, where are they and what they need. And we are planning to do also certification of diversity experts, so it wouldn't be as flexible, I would say, in this bad aspect that everybody understands it differently and try to do it differently. But we think that there must be some quality standards where you know that if you have reached this, then I don't know, you have we have bronze, silver, and gold. You can do or choose different levels, but so there should be one quality standard. What does it mean? So this is where we are going now. Yeah, there is some public campaign pictures. What about how we talk? We had a public campaign about refugees. We have had a campaign about gender equality issues, about discrimination because of the age or disability, and so on. So what do we do to support people who come or start life in Latvia? I would say this is something quite new in Latvia, that we are doing it in, I would say, very focused way, because we had some support or different support, but it wasn't in one-stop agency all of it wasn't in one-stop agency. But now you can see from this year's January, we launched a one-stop shop integration and inclusion agency. And I would say that this could be done also because of the war that started in Ukraine, because we saw how needed this support is. So it would be very coordinated to be more close to the people, to help faster. The politicians were also more understandable about that. Before, maybe it wasn't the issue that politically would somebody be open about. So we have also support of social worker and mentor. And I will show more if we talk about support of Ukrainian civilians. Then there you can see in this slide everything that the state does. I would say also for other refugees, but the darker ones are those which are society integrational aspects or our things that we are doing. Yes, then of course we have the language courses, because I mean it is I would say that's not the main thing if you talk about integration, so it would be good or excellent, but it's the basic level. If you don't have the system for language training, all the other things, also if we talk about cohesion and cultures and so on, it will be much harder, because there are these intercultural aspects, and people who live closer to North Pole tend to be not as open as people who live in sunny countries. So that's why the language courses are the main thing that in integration or cohesion process we should start with, but it's not the only thing. But yeah, you can see that first we started just with the first levels like A1, A2, but then we understood that we need to support all levels for Latvian training. Actually, till now we have people from Ukraine learning till B2. Nobody's yet in C level, but I hope that there will be people there, because I have seen some of the people who are learning. They are very determined to learn Latvian in the highest level. So this is also one thing that we didn't have before. We had different training programs and courses, but it wasn't I would say systematical. And after the war started in Ukraine, we understood that this is the first question that people are asking, where can I learn language? And I mean, if you talk about all those people coming, not just as refugees from different third countries, but who want to come to Latvia, or maybe will want to come to Ukraine for work. So they are always also interested in intercultural courses or trainings, or some language groups where to meet locals and to communicate with them and so on. So I would say that you should think about language trainings or courses also, because we know that there are big international companies that use English as their work language, but I mean, that's our country specific, that the language is very high value like itself. So it's important to give opportunity for those people who want to learn, so they would have the possibility for that. Yeah, you can see that the budget is still 31 December this year, but no, don't worry. The money will continue also next year. Yeah, okay. This slide is more about programs that we provide for Ukrainian civilians. Some of the programs are new. Some of the programs are just for the year, like, for example, support for volunteer work. It was meant for NGOs and specific to support or organize volunteer work activities. When the war started, because the government was not able to do everything and so fast. So that's why active society is very, very important. It also it's responsible, I would say, maybe even sustainability of the country, because if you have active civic society who can also help in crisis, this is a very big power. We are working on that. We need to work harder, I would say. But still, yeah, if we talk about culture, this is the one way that you also can include society in different activities. Yeah, then we have also arrangement and activities for Latvian and Ukrainian families with children, so they would meet each other and find contacts between each other. Yeah, well, very important thing is cultural orientation courses and inclusion activities, which will also be next year. And we have some movies there for people who come to Latvia with specifically stressed out points that it's important to know about. There are cultural things, there are specific things that the law requires or something like that. Yes, also activities of NGOs for the support of Ukrainian civilians. I'm very happy to say that this program has quite big interest from NGOs. So that's really good. And this is a specific support that it's out of our general support. As I told you already about Latvian language training, about food packages, persons giving consultations, and also we still have informative call center, like one phone number for people who need support or help because of the war in Ukraine. And I would say from this number you can see 66,000. Almost 20% are calls from Ukraine. So people also in Ukraine need this phone to ask questions about like everything that is in Latvia. Yeah, this is just a small slide. If I have to stop speaking or I have exceeded my time, feel free to stop me. But I think this is the two last slides about what we are doing. Well, this is about our cooperation. What are the main actors we have to work with? So I told you already, NGOs. But if we talk about one-stop agency, we work with universities because they have foreign students. We work with state institutions because quite a lot of questions are for the other ministries. So we work with employers who have foreign employees and help them manage diversity, and also if it's something about legal requirements, we help and provide also translation if they need it, for example, in some medical cases. Yeah, and this is how it looks, our one-stop agency with the support we are providing. So you can see that we have consultative support, psychological, legal, also interpretation and community integration support. Those are the main things that we are working with in One-Stop Agency. And I hope that this will be enough. As I told you, this is the first year we're working with it, and hopefully the clients will be happy with that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I will.
Thank you very much for your time. I know how difficult it was to make it. Дякуємо дуже, Зайга, за те, що
Thank you very much, Saiga, for finding time for this. Dear colleagues, I would like to add that this foundation provides additional funding, so it's very important for us to learn from this experience. Thank you very much, Zayga. Katerina, we have already exceeded our time limit, but as an advocacy specialist, I would like to ask you, what's your vision of regional development and restoration of cultural heritage? Can there be a cooperation? Do you have some kind of important observations that could be useful for the regions, for them to promote these ideas on an international level? Thank you for the question. Hello, dear colleagues. Yes, I understand that everyone is a bit tired. We've been talking for 1 hour and a half, but I will try to be brief without talking about general things. I think we all understand the general framework, and all the previous speakers already highlighted the problems we have today and that we need to work with. I would like to share a few observations. I think that we have a lot of homework to do, and all of the framework documents of the European Union can only give us a vision of general vector. And here there are two, maybe not the directions, but two forms of our European integration that we need to implement. First of all, official activities as a country, official activities of the government, regulatory framework in line with the association agreement and the recommendations of the European Union to the candidate country. And it was already explained by my colleagues from the Ministry of Culture, Taras, and all those who were involved in the project we discussed today. And the second part, some kind of parallel part, is a practical European integration, or rather reintegration of Ukraine, because if we remind ourselves of the history, at some point Ukraine was part of this organic processes of European continent. After the First World War, we were developing national identities that later transformed, but later Ukraine was excluded from this process. And now we need to get back to this historical track. We need to compensate what we lost in 20th century. And people who work in culture, arts, history talk a lot about it, because we can feel this difference, and many of us have this feeling that we stopped at some point, but now we need to get back on track. So this practical level of reintegration is to a large extent performed by the cultural actors, and it's always a bit uncomfortable to speak about culture of a separate sector, because it is part of everything we work on, part of civilization. And if we speak about culture as institutions, it's one conversation, but if we speak about the culture in general, it's another level of discussion. And in my opinion, we need to remember that culture is not isolated from the rest of societal processes. We often mention this view on the level of interinstitutional cooperation. For example, when we work in the area of cultural heritage preservation, there are some responsibilities of different institutions, and as a result, cultural institutions, for example, in Donetsk region, have some very few employees who need to implement something with no resources, with no support, with no real cooperation with other institutions, even on local level, with other services like emergency services or others who are needed in these circumstances. So practical European integration starts on this level, because these processes can be felt even in the capital. If we look at the decisions made by the authorities representatives, so the key problem is that most of us still continue living in the paradigm created in Soviet times, when everyone is responsible for something of their own with no relations to what others do. And when it comes to the support to cultural institutions, especially in terms of war, it risks to be a total disaster, and we need to be mindful of it, because working under the current conditions and fulfilling the engagement towards the European community requires preservation, first of all, because if we don't preserve what we have, we will have nothing to get back with to the common European space, with its diversity, with its discussions about identity, with its opportunities, with its synergy, which appears only when everyone is doing something together. So we have a huge problem with this part of our homework, and it is related to the regions, to the cooperation of central and regional authorities. It is related to policies and that are not consolidated enough to have an effect. We know that today, the Ministry of Recovery deals with many of key functions related to the development of regions. And, for example, in the area of culture, education, etc., there is a whole range of dilemmas. How we should cooperate if there is a state policy and regional policy. What should culture do when there is financial policy and regional policy at the same time? So if we don't improve interagency cooperation today, I think it will be very difficult to proceed with the European integration in practice, and it will be difficult to achieve strategic goals that that exist within this European integration. And we need also to respond to the answer, what is European integration for us in a cultural area in terms of cooperation if it's not directly provided for in the association agreement? And I think this discussion is in its beginning, and the times are very difficult. We need to find a balance between this calm, peaceful world the European Union lives in and the reality we faced in all regions. And some regions were so damaged that people are in survival mode there. And it can dominate for quite some time. And in the context of future integration into this huge community is to support these regions, because no country, no region, no town is capable of dealing with these challenges on its own. So speaking about this homework, we will need to do it and invite to real dialogue, and whether it is participation of civil society, policy creation, or it's another form of influence into local self-governance and participatory model in regions, we need to decide on its form, because we can be a very technological state but have a non-transparent system for decision making, and with an inefficient model of decision making, and we need to get something and give something in return to the European Communion. But before we are able to give something, we need to do this homework. It was probably a bit chaotical and emotional, but I invite you to the further discussions on this topic. Thank you very much, Katerina. Dear colleagues, we are going to have a coffee break now. I suggest to do a break now, a 3-minute break. We are going to change the chairs, and I will invite Mr. Rene to join us here. 3 minutes, thank you.
Ми всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом.
Вам дуже, що взяли каву з собою. В нас насичена
Thank you very much for taking your cups of coffee here. There is no time for a proper coffee break, but I promise you after this panel discussion, we are going to have a real coffee break. So we are going to start a very important panel discussion. We all know how much the effectiveness of our activities depend on anti-corruption activities, and it will also be related to cultural sector. The culture needs to be restored, the facilities need to be restored, and it will be more expensive than building kindergartens and other educational institutions, because the cultural facilities really differ, and the methodology for their restoration differ. So this topic concerns all the sectors and is very important for step-by-step recovery of our country and trust building with our partners within the European Union and outside of it, with such partners as the United States, Japan, etc., who are our reliable friends and partners in these difficult times. So we focused on recommendations provided by FATF, and we managed, fortunately, to invite Ms. Ilza Znotina, who is one of the leading European experts on this matter. Ms. Ilza was head of Latvian financial investigation body and led Latvia through this path from difficult state to the country who implemented all the FATF recommendations during a short time. And it's an example that Ukraine can and has to follow. And for us, it's a great honor to work with you within the framework of this project. I know that when we sent a report provided by Ms. Ilza to the ambassador, he asked, how did you manage to invite her to this project? So the floor is yours. Please tell us what was offered, the request of the agency for financial monitoring in terms of the system of training of officials in public and private sectors, those who are responsible for the anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing actions. What approaches did you offer and how it can help Ukraine to change the situation?
Thank you, Natalia. And thank you to the organizers of this event for having me here. It is really a true honor to be here and to present the results of the project, which was developed or the project reports were developed during this summer. I'm truly honored to be here and to listen to such an interesting discussion that you had minutes ago on the culture. And I was thinking that I never been to the event where the culture and anti-money laundering or anti-financial crime is combined. And I was thinking how to make this transition from one topic to another. But then I realized that I should not make a great effort because indeed, what we were talking about in this project that I was doing for Ukraine was about culture, mainly about changing the culture, about changing the mindset, and not only developing some technical structures or building some educational systems. So it is about the culture, and it is about us striving to really help Ukraine to restore its heritage in a cultural sense, but also to change the approach and attitude of other nations toward what we have seen historically in Ukraine in relation to the financial crime, in relation to the corruption, in relation how trustful partner Ukraine is. And therefore, let me start by saying that I'm really honored that the organizers of this event and also the projects that I was taking was such an incredibly great cooperation partners, National Interest Advocacy Network, ANTS. And also I would like to express my gratitude to the European Union, who generously funded these three projects that I was undertaking by this summer. And as I said, the reason for me to be part of this project is precisely due to the potential to be a key driver for gathering trust and support from other countries during these challenging times that Ukraine is going through, and to change the perception of Ukraine and to make Ukraine a trustful partner when Ukraine, after victory over Russia, will receive funding to restore the country, to restore the infrastructure and all what is necessary to really to have a prosperous and secure life. And for us, it was very important when I received this request to provide assistance to the Financial Monitoring Service of Ukraine. It was to understand what exactly Ukraine wants, what exactly FIU or Financial Service Monitoring System wants. And it was clear that Ukraine was always not lagging really behind from the technical point of view, and also in this case, Ukraine already had some initiatives that was developed for the training of the AML CFT or anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing experts. But of course, there were some gaps that Ukraine's Financial Service Monitoring Service was noticing, and therefore they wanted to establish something which is brand new, something that has never been seen before worldwide, something that would allow all the AML, CFT, and especially sanction experts that are trying to follow the trace of the financial flows, trying to prevent financial crime, trying to prevent money laundering, in order to establish the system that would not only allow them to train properly, but also for the public sector to understand how well developed are one or another institution here in Ukraine. So if we can go to the presentation that I prepared for this session, is it possible to put it on? Colleagues?
Ilse, it will take just 30 seconds, just okay. A moment. You can start speaking and we will just,
yes. Sure. So right now we know that the biggest issue for the Ukraine, not only yes, and please go to the next slide. So I will quickly jump already to the presentation. As you see that, as I already mentioned, the project coordinator of was National Interest Advocacy Network, ANS consultant was here before you, and we were aiming to identify gaps in our AML CFT compliance education and training program. My task was also to report on the findings, including the gaps that I noticed in the execution of training program that is existing already in FIU Academy. But also not only to find the gaps which can be improved in the FIU Academy, but also to understand whether it is possible at all to somehow combine the effort made by FIU in its academy's training program, which was mostly and mainly focused on the training of private sector, but also to involve different training providers, private training providers that are worldwide known into the development of training programs specialized for Ukrainian AML, CFT, and sanction experts. What was interesting about this project that the Financial Monitoring Service, or FIU, and I'm sorry that if I'm mismatching somehow this term, for me it is easier to say that it is Financial Intelligence Unit. So Financial Intelligence Unit of Ukraine tasked me to develop 3 different reports. One was on the AML CFT training and certification for the public sector. Another one was for the experts working in private sector, and the last one for both sectors, public and private, but in relation to sanctions, which is unprecedented since mostly the different training programs are focusing on the private sector education or certification. And we have seen just very few, not very well developed programs for the public sector. But we all know that the public sector is the main driver of AML CFT efforts, and the public sector consists of so many different experts, like investigators in the law enforcement agencies, like prosecutors, also judges, financial analysts in the financial intelligence units, of course, supervisors, different supervisors of different sectors. And all of them, including also the policy makers that are working in different ministries or in parliament, all of them need to be trained. But unfortunately, that's not the fact. Most of the public sector representatives are really lacking the knowledge on proper knowledge on AML, CFT, and sanction matters. But these are the ones who will really be able to establish the system, to develop the system that will allow Ukraine to restore to such an extent that we will not remember what horror the neighboring country, Russia, caused to Ukraine. So, and of course, what is also important to mention that in relation to sanctions, there are really few training programs around the world. And these training programs, where most of them are not really tailor-made, but Ukraine, or the war in Ukraine and the aggression that Russia and its counterparts has demonstrated during the last years has made Russia and other cooperation partners of it being a source for the international sanctions that has never been precedented before. So Ukraine, to me, should be the ones who would lead or be the role model for other countries in showing how and demonstrating how the sanctions should be applied and how the public and private sector can trace these sanction evasion cases, can prevent circumvention of sanctions, and how to establish the sanction system that allows us not only to put another tick on a paper, but to implement them effectively so that the aim and the goal of the sanctions has been achieved. So if you can turn to the next slide, please. So when we started this work, it was clear that the rationale for implementing national training and certification system, which definitely will be a very expensive system. It will not be something that could be implemented within a few days, and it will also require a lot of financial resource. There should be some rationale for this, and one of the most important things behind, or along with those political reasons and necessity to build trust in those potential funders of the restoration of Ukraine, is also the implementation of the Moneyval recommended actions. And as we all know, Moneyval is regional body, regional style body, which is responsible for assessing countries in relation to this AML CFT system's effectiveness. And in 2017, Ukraine was assessed by Moneyval, and there were more than 80 different recommended actions in relation to improvements of the training system of Ukrainian private and public sector representatives. There were so many indications that the training system that exists at that moment is not properly built and does not serve the purpose. so that Moneyval recommended actions would be the one of the basis or one of the items as the basis for establishing such brand new training and certification system. In particular, it is important knowing that Moneyval's new round of assessment starts next year, and most probably Ukraine will also have to start its preparation process for this new assessment. Another thing, of course, was that the existing training system does not provide the new elements of the amended standards, international standards by FATF, and as well the analysis of the FIU Academy's training program allowed me to conclude that the existing training program does not provide for the specific training on EU AML CFT directives and other legal instruments that is so important, knowing that Ukraine is right now in the accession process to the EU. If you can turn to the next slide, please. I already noticed that there are several gaps in the current training program, but the most important thing is that there's no certification which allows to track AML, CFT, and sanctions expert development, and therefore, basically FIU or any other institution that wants to understand what is the progress of one or another private sector representative or public sector representative cannot do that since most of the countries, including Ukraine till now, has developed a system where all the same representatives goes to all the same trainings, and they are so repetitive, they do not provide for progress, and therefore it really serves no purpose and does not allow the country and its experts of AML, CFT and sanctions sphere to develop themselves. What would be the potential outcome of the project? First of all, of course, it would be something, as I already indicated that several times, this type of training and certification system is something which is brand new and would be the comprehensive and international benchmark. I haven't seen any other training program developed by and built by some country, national certification and training program, which is aimed to development of all three sectors, or public and private sector, but also in relation to the sanctions. It would allow also the enhanced collaboration between public and private sectors, since the development of such program definitely would require collaborative effort of both sectors. It is not possible to build something which is effective enough just by saying that, for example, like FIU would develop one program without consultation with the private sector and feel that this program would achieve its result. I see that such a development of training and certification system will definitely allow also in parallel to this technical development, also to build a totally new culture of the collaboration between two sectors. Something that it is not, that's not any brand new knowledge, that only by cooperation with public and private sector, we can really fight financial crime effectively. Of course, improved financial security and setting an example for how to combat financial crime, and it will also allow to demonstrate Ukraine's commitments to both short-term and long-term effectiveness and sustainability of Ukrainian AML, CFT, and sanctions system. If you can go to the next slide, and I know that I'm short of time, I will quickly, and please, can we go to the next one? I will try to finish my presentation. so that other speakers also are allowed to speak. So what is important here what kind of approaches I see and critical obstacles to achieve the goal of setting such a training program and certification system. First of all, of course, it will require amendments to the law and some potential legal challenges. It is possible that FIU Academy itself develops some new training program, but it is also possible that FIU, together with some other stakeholders from public and private sector, involve different international organizations like UNODC, like Basel Institute of Governance, like different European institutions and some others in development of this program to integrate the new knowledge into the existing FIU Academies programs, so that it is a tailor-made program right now. But what is the most important thing in the development of such program and the critical obstacle, political will, is the utmost importance to development of such an incredible but still very, very challenging program. If there will be no political will from the Ukrainian politicians in building such system that will totally change the landscape and the culture of the fight with financial crime, most probably efforts of just several agencies, a few agencies, will not help to develop something that was offered in these projects. I see that it is also very important that, as I mentioned that before, the collaborative effort of private and public sector is used, and the ongoing quality assurance of the program is made by those donors that potentially may fund this project. As to me, this is a very important initiative in order to prevent corruption, money laundering, and other associated financial crimes. And if we can go to the next slide, which is hopefully the last one. Let's go further. And more. Yes, this is the last slide of the prospective national training and certification landscape, which shows that if this project is implemented in a way how I suggested and how I see the potential for this program to develop into the most successful program that I have seen in globally, then there are different ways how to implement this project, but it is clear that the most effective results will be achieved if FIU Academy, which is the existing resource for training private sector, would cooperate with different international organizations that were mentioned by me in this project, in this report, by different training program providers like internationally acknowledged ACOMS or International Compliance Association, and several more. All of them were analyzed by me during this project. The positive and maybe some negative aspects of those programs, and of course, with NPOs that could provide the very valuable support to the Ukrainian authorities in developing this training program and certification program. I say that the training program should aim to develop different or several phases or several stages of certification. Of course, we have to speak about the foundational level certificates, which would be required to all the private sector representatives and to all the public sector representatives who are involved in AML CFT matters. Then, based on the well-known principle of risk-based approach, there should be also an advanced level certificate, and this should this should be required for those private sector representatives who are working in the high risk sectors like real estate sector or banking sector, and of course for those public sector representatives who are involved, for example, in money well assessments or in investigation of the large money laundering schemes or supervision of the highest risk sectors. This, of course, should be discussed in the next phases of implementation of this project. And of course, there should be also the continuous professional development programs, which would be aimed to the specific sectors or specific themes of the AML, CFT, and sanction sector, like UBO registers or like shell companies or trade-based money laundering schemes or some others. And this would allow to focus on those topics that are the most interesting or the most important to one or another public or private sector representative. And finally, we can speak about also speak about expert level certificate. That would be something which would allow to see that one or another individual is specialized in one or another topic that is of utmost importance to the restoration of Ukraine in this short-term perspective, but in long-term perspective, of course, it should be developed according to the needs of particular trends or particular typologies that will be seen in Ukraine or are seen in Ukraine by financial crime fighters. So this type of educational system and certification system, to me, would allow really building of the comprehensive system in fight with the financial crime, and it would allow to bridge the gap between technical language and common understandings through the training and collaboration. Not only by making Ukraine, but even broader region more secure, and also will allow to set an example, as mentioned by me already before, to the global community of AML, CFT experts. I'm optimistic that this project can be implemented, although it's very ambitious, very challenging, and it will require resource and political commitment by many of us, not only Ukrainian politicians, also European politicians, understanding of the different stakeholders of this, the importance of this project, and definitely will resonate globally if we will achieve the implementation of it. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you, Ilse. Дякую.
Glory to hero. Thank you, Ilse, for your very quick and intense discussion. And we presented that report for the political awareness and inclusion of donors in this process to advocate for the necessity to create such a system. As we have mentioned already, one of the prerequisites for Ukraine to gain this candidacy was implementation of FATF recommendations, and those recommendations we had improvement of the training system for the specialists, and more than 80 times they would mention that in the deliverable. So David Lewis is our next speaker. He's former executive secretary of the Group for Development of anti-money laundering activities of TAP. Can you hear us, Mr. Lewis?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Do you hear us well?
Yes. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we
Can you see
hear
me?
you.
Excellent.
Yeah, we hear you and see you well. Thank you very much. I will switch to Ukrainian language so other people can understand me. Пане Девід, підкажіть, будь ласка,
David Ilse suggested this comprehensive system with different levels of certification, different levels of training for the specialists, starting with the basic one and up to the expert level, and also a totally new approach because we realize the sanction regime and sanction aspect for the both public and private sectors, for the representatives to be trained. In your opinion, introduction of the system cannot present any difficulties, and what is difficult, your opinion, but also the benefits that you can see that with Ukraine after introduction of the system that was described by Ilse. Thank you.
Is that my cue to start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my Ukrainian's a bit rusty. So thank you for inviting me today. It's a pleasure to be here with an old colleague and friend, Ilsna from Latvia. As you heard, my background is leading anti-money laundering efforts in the UK and then subsequently globally as the Executive Secretary of the Financial Action Task Force. Today, I work for a leading financial investigations firm, Kroll, and I'm currently actually in Paramaribo in Suriname, where I'm helping them to strengthen their anti-money laundering measures. And I have to say, it feels an unsafe world today, where just across the border from where I am today, Guyana's sovereignty is now being threatened by Venezuela. And I have to wonder whether Venezuela would have been bold enough to do that prior to Russia's actions in Ukraine. So AML-CFT measures have never been so important for national security, among other issues. And it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about that. I want to talk about the potential for strong AML measures and also the need for training, as Ilse said. Today, the biggest issue we face is a lack of effectiveness in action to tackle money laundering. So we're talking about a problem globally in the region of $1 to $6 trillion a year in terms of money laundered. We're talking about costs on businesses in the region of $1 trillion a year. And we are talking about less than 1% of the proceeds of crime recovered. For me, the reason behind this poor success rate is twofold. Firstly, a lack of political support from many countries around the world. And secondly, a lack of resources. And this comes down often to culture. And Ukraine has an opportunity now to create and establish a culture from the top of fighting financial crime, which will help protect its people, its economy, and the environment. And so you shouldn't underestimate the opportunity you have in doing that. And in doing so, training will become fundamental, particularly for those tasked with doing this in the public sector. To give you an example of why this is so important, today, the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units consists of 170 financial intelligence units around the world. The total number of staff in those units comes to 4,500. This is less than the number of staff in the compliance department of a single global bank. And this is why it is so important to ensure that you have a well-resourced public sector response to this, as well as good measures in the private sector. Action on money laundering is often in response only, in fact, to events, the Panama Papers, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the response is often political in nature, legislation, new legislation, sanctions, but often that's not matched by operational support. And as I said, a strong AML system is capable of protecting your people, economy, and environment, but it does need a strong financial intelligence unit, an independent one, which is well resourced to do the job. But no, there's no point in having all that staff there if they're not properly trained. And at the moment, there are no formal qualifications for government officials in this area. And this is why the proposals and the conclusions and recommendations from ILSA's work are so very important. So I would like to recommend ILSA's findings to you and think about how you could be more effective in implementing them than other countries have been in the past. And there is a saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Now, this is not something that's very difficult for Ukraine to do at the moment, but you have the opportunity to learn actually from Russia. So Russia have one of the strongest FIUs in the world with several hundred staff, very good technology, and they have an international training center in Moscow, which supports the region. Now, they use this for protecting their economy, but also for other reasons. And I think this is an opportunity for you to match that. So in establishing, in building the capacity you have in your financial intelligence unit, you need to look at Russia. What resources do you need? What training do you need? And how can Ukraine become a regional leader? How can you work with partners in the region, with countries close to your borders, to be a regional leader in tackling money laundering and terrorist financing? And in establishing training, how can you work to provide training not just for Ukraine, but to help strengthen the European Union, and particularly the borders of the European Union? And there's no better place to do that than from Ukraine. So I think the opportunity now is greater for Ukraine than it's ever been. And it's an opportunity for well-resourced, well-trained financial intelligence unit and other officials, perhaps for the establishment of an international training center, and for leadership in the European Union, as well as globally. So this should involve working closely with partners in the region, as I said, but also with the private sector. And some of the strongest measures we see around the world today to tackle money laundering involve public-private partnerships and the effective use of new technology, machine learning, artificial intelligence, privacy-enhancing technologies. So as I said, the opportunity is greater than it's ever been, and Ukraine will have no better opportunity than put itself in the lead in this fight. And if you can bring together the public and the private sector to do this, then you will be best placed to support Ukraine's national security, as well as tackle financial crime and become a leader in this area. So I'm not going to go into further detail at this point. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I do want to thank you for inviting me today. I'm happy to help you in any way I can, and I commend you for this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, David. It's a pity I didn't hear the question in English from my side, but maybe just 2 sentences. How Ukraine can benefit from this unique system that ILSA has offered, because as she mentioned before, nothing like this exists globally.
So I think it comes down to protecting your economy, to protecting your national security and your people from the threats of drugs trafficking, people trafficking, human trafficking, but also national security threats from across the border, as you're dealing with at the moment. Often when we talk about money laundering, politicians think of banks, they think that of tax evasion, it seems to be a crime without any harms. But actually, the money that's being laundered is money that's generated from serious organized crime and terrorism, exactly the problems that you're facing today. And so if you have a strong response to it, in particular, a well-trained and well-resourced public sector, you will be able to deal with these threats a lot more effectively. You will also reduce the size of the informal economy, and that will ensure that you have greater resources available to fund essential public services in Ukraine: health, education, as well as national security apparatus. So by tackling money laundering, you're tackling crime, you're tackling terrorism, you're also ensuring that you have the funds available within the public sector and that those funds are properly safeguarded, and you minimize the risk of corruption and those funds being siphoned off for other uses. So anti-money laundering systems, well-trained staff, as proposed by ILSA, will help protect your economy, your people, and as I said, even your environment.
David, thank you. We obviously keep our enemy close in our focus, so thank you for these advices. А зараз, колеги, в нас, на жаль, не зміг приєднатися.
Dear colleagues, unfortunately, Mr. Igor Hayevsky couldn't join us today, but we have a video address from him because the Financial Monitoring Service was sending a request.
We have gathered here to discuss in solidarity with them is a sign of gratitude for the support Ukraine feels. First of all, I would like to express my special gratitude to the National Interests Advocacy Network and the project Restoring Ukraine Together for organizing the forum and for the opportunity to share how we in Ukraine think globally and act locally. The State Financial Monitoring Service of Ukraine took part in the project initiative Restoring Ukraine Together within its sphere of responsibility, trying to do our best to bring our national financial monitoring system in line with the current FATF standards and EU directives. We have been working on a comprehensive terms of reference that should become the basis for developing a modern knowledge management system for in-depth training of financial intelligence specialists. The ultimate goal of this process is to build in the Restored Ukraine a national certification program for the specialists in the AML, CFT, CPF area. The move in this direction is a significant and to some extent unprecedented step in the global dimension. It includes an analysis of a wide range of well-known commercial training programs in this area, detailed structured of thematic models and a bibliographic collection of primary and secondary sources. Together, those components form a solid education foundation, providing professionals with the knowledge and skills necessary to efficiently combat financial crime at all levels. I would like to express my special gratitude to the experts involved in this project, Ms. Ilse Znotina, for her significant contribution to the development of the fundamentals of this comprehensive multimodal training program. Under Ms. Zlotina's leadership, we were able to outline a framework training program that will be not only comprehensive, but also flexible to adopt to changing international norms and practices. The large amount of data has been organized into a structured and unprecedented framework for the future multimodal training program. In general, in the professional field, everyone understands how significant the work of Ilse Zlotina was when she was the head of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Latvia. The practical results of Moneyval's mutual evaluation of Latvia also were impressive. In addition, I personally, as a representative of the Ukrainian financial intelligence, regard it as an advantage that the conclusions and experience of Latvia have a positive effect on the system in Ukraine. We are convinced that the activities implemented under the project will significantly contribute to maintaining the institutional capacity of our training center, the Academy of Financial Monitoring, insurance, effective coverage of modern practice, challenges, and compliance with international standards. In conclusion, I would like to say that the financial monitoring system is currently operating at full capacity under the imposed martial law and fulfills a number of tasks in the field of national security. The experts working in the system are well qualified specialists, and we should maintain a high level of qualification on an ongoing basis as we understand all the complexities and challenges of today. I mentioned this when we held a separate meeting to discuss the project outcomes. The issue of trainings is an investment in the future. This is an element of recovery that can be ensured today. We are deeply grateful to the project for its contribution and look forward to the continued impact of this program on strengthening the national interest advocacy network. A high standard has been set, and we have no intention of dividing from it in our progress and joint efforts in the fight for the present and future of Ukraine. Thank you.
Ну, ми все одно подякуємо пану Ігорю Гаєвському.
We will thank Mr. Igor Hayevsky, even though he is not present with us physically, but we had a great cooperation with the agency, and we hope that we will continue our cooperation after this project. The system will be implemented. Igor didn't mention it, but OSCE partially supports the implementation of this system, and we hope that the European Union will not stay aside during implementation of this system. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. René Steiner. I already introduced today earlier. Mr. René, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for also allowing me, and Igor as well, who spoke about the partnership, and thanks Natalia for allowing me to say that today we are celebrating actually 30 years of European Union delegation in Ukraine. So I'm very pleased and honored to be here, to be one of the faces of the representation. Now, Ilse made a very eloquent transition from culture to something very dry like anti-money laundering. Natalia spends all her life bringing totally different communities together. So I'm not as erudite as they do, but what I do is I can use some hardware to show you how I can transit. This is a little artwork, I hope you can see that, by an artist from Donetsk, Yaroslav Derkach. And the art gallery here in Kiev that is selling these nice Christmas presents is having a branch in Vilnius. So also with a link to what the Deputy Minister before said about the reintegration, there is a lot that we have to learn from each other. And why do I make a link with a branch in Vilnius when you have your main gallery here? Well, it involves the flow of money. And those amongst you who have ever worried about certain bank controls when you transfer money across borders, they might be upset that you have to jump through some hoops and were wondering why you have these procedures. So I will use the next minutes a bit to motivate why those who do it lawfully have to undergo them, and to hopefully convince you that it's necessary. David also already mentioned that if you fight money laundering, you also fight terrorism and you fight corruption. And he didn't know that, but I will use this to explain why I'm here presenting something on anti-money laundering, despite the fact that inside the European Commission, anti-money laundering falls in the remit of the Directorate General for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets Union. And if you paid attention to the introduction, I represent 3 Directorates Generals, but not this one. So David provided the answer. The link is, amongst my tasks, is anti-corruption and fighting terrorism. So if you withdraw financial sources from terrorists, if you make it more difficult to launder money, then we have achievements that I can hopefully contribute to. So what I'm going to say in the next minutes, a bit behind schedule, and luckily Ilse and David and Igor already mentioned a lot. I will just update you a bit on where we stand with the latest anti-money laundering package, speak a bit about the governance, and then have a look at the situation here in the Ukraine. So, for the experts amongst you, just a few words on what is colloquially known as the AML directive, so the Anti-Money Laundering Directive. Why did the Commission table an update in 2022 in the summer? Because the 5th AML directive is not that old, so a lot of people are asking, why do you burden us again with changing processes and so on and so forth? Well, the answer is the inventiveness and the creativity of criminals. We spoke a lot in the morning session about cultural creativity, but unfortunately, this is a creativity we do not like. Criminals use technology all the time. A new opportunity comes up for business, and it's abused by criminals to launder money. So the EU said that we need to send a very clear message to these crime groups, to organized crime, to criminals, to say, we are taking this seriously, and yes, we understand that the current framework has some weaknesses, which we try to remove now. Now, footnote, obviously, it's not the end of the story. We will constantly need to update, but this is unfortunately or fortunately necessary with new methods that come up. So what does the package do? First, it again underlines that anti-money laundering cannot be solved by any country alone. It is a European effort, it is a transnational effort where we also need the help of Ukraine. Why is the package so heavy to digest? Why does it take so long for the co-legislators, which is a nice Brussels term for the European Parliament on one side and the member states represented in the Council on the other side? The issue is that this package tackles both regulatory and institutional aspects. So we're speaking about changes to methods, to procedures, but also to how and who is responsible for what. Just a word on where we stand. I think we have reached in the negotiations the finishing line. Optimists say that the co-legislators will reach an agreement still this year. Experienced optimists, i.e. realists, say more of the beginning of next year. But in the global picture, these couple of days don't do much difference anymore. What is more important is maybe a message that we want to send, that with such a complex new framework, the full implementation cannot be done in a day, but it will take around 3 years from the end of the negotiations between the co-legislators until the full application of this new framework. So if the negotiations end in the beginning of 2024, we can assume that from 2027 on, we have the new framework in place. Now, I will skip you some of the details because they were partially already mentioned. What hasn't been discussed yet, because it's a new element of the package, is the governance in the form of the AML authority, so the Anti-Money Laundering Authority. This is supposed to become the linchpin of a very effective supervisory and financial intelligence system. Now, I'm very grateful to David for throwing some staffing figures in the round, because we are lacking in the public sector skilled staff, and now I make a link to the training that Ilse spoke about. These people cannot just be found walking by on the streets. You need to invest a lot of effort and time to train people so then they can work well. So the idea to have an authority where you attract the best of the best at the European level is something that we like very much. The idea is also to have this authority established already next year, way before the 2027 that I mentioned before, to exactly ensure that this authority is up and running and can contribute with the last critical technical regulations that will actually enable the application of the framework. So we don't want to jump the gun by putting an authority in place before all the obligations kick in, but the idea is to say when the framework is fully applicable, then we have the right people in the right governance to deal with that. Over coffee, we can talk about the 9 member states that want to host the authority. The bidding phase for this has already ended. And for the AML experts amongst you, it might not be a surprise to see some of the cities' names on the list. Some names are rather new to some extent. So it's Brussels, Frankfurt, Dublin, Madrid, Paris, Rome, Riga, Vilnius, and candidate status to Ukraine following the Commission recommendation. This was based on an understanding that Ukraine undertakes some steps in a number of areas. And allow me to just quote a part of step number 4. Ukraine shall ensure that anti-money laundering legislation is in compliance with the standards of the Financial Action Task Force. Rewind to Ilse's first slide. The FATF is just a vital player in the game, but is not as such an EU-only instrument. So what we therefore are doing is the Commission and the Council asked Ukraine to adjust the legislation, and we are happy to see some progress. As was mentioned before also by David, there are a couple of recommendations where huge progress was made. Some recommendations are still not fully fulfilled, but work is going on. What we were very pleased to see was a recent law that has been voted in the Rada, namely this on politically exposed persons. This is a vital element to build the whole house. And in particular, with what both the AML directive and the FATF always say is, do something on the basis of a risk analysis. No hardcore figures, time limits. If possible, consider the risk and see what you have to do to counter that risk. So, fast forward now to November 2023. This morning, I think the 8th of November was already mentioned, when the enlargement report came out, and as an accompanying document, there was the 2023 Ukraine report. And in it, the Commission considers that the step that I mentioned before has been completed. So congratulations to you. Comes with a caveat. Obviously, the Moneyval, that was already mentioned several times before, process is independent, and our recommendation or our view of the step does not prejudge in any way the outcome of the Moneyval assessment. What the Commission does is to look at the conformity and completeness of Ukrainian legislation compared to the AML directive and all the other legal frameworks that are there to counter the financing of terrorism. Moneyval, just to pinpoint this, looks at the FATF recommendations and the effectiveness of their implementation. So they're slightly different processes, but obviously very linked. And now to wrap up, we really encourage Ukraine, all the players, and that's the whole community, not only those in government, to help approximate the Ukrainian AML regime with the current AML directive, the already adopted transfer of funds regulation, and the still slightly moving targets of this new package. But as I said, we are optimists or realists, and depending on that, you will have it at the end of December or beginning of January. And to support you, we really encourage you to reach out to the Council of Europe that is helping Ukraine and the European Union in this area, and also to the EU AML, Countering the Financing of Terrorism, global facility, which can provide technical assistance. So thank you very much again for your attention, and Slava Ukraini.
Дякую дуже, Рене.
Thank you very much, Renee. Dear colleagues, we are going to listen to the last presentation, and I promise then we will have a coffee break. We will have Mr. Vivek with us online. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm online.
Hello, Vivek. Hi, I will switch back to Ukrainian, but there is a translation channel, so you know. Отож, в нашому проекті
So, in our project, we paid attention to anti-corruption measures, good governance measures too, and in particular in the sector of maritime logistics. We have been working together with the Ministry, ex-Ministry of Infrastructure, now it's Ministry of Recovery, to improve the system of vessel control in Ukrainian ports. And during this work, we learned about Maritime Anti-Corruption Network that has been monitoring corruption risks in different countries, in particular in Ukraine. And unfortunately, the procedures for vessel control are second in the ranking of corruption risks, and the second after the customs. Everybody knows about corruption risks at the customs, everybody knows about the measures taken, but many people might not understand how serious is this corruption component in terms of vessels control in ports. Actually, the vessels are very expensive, and so the proprietors and the owners and the inspectors often solve this problem, so to say, obviously, every hour and every minute count in this process. So we are very happy that the ministry decided to update the rules for the control of vessels and bring them in line with the latest EU legislation and International Maritime Organization resolution, which is responsible for these rules. And now I would like to give a floor to you, Mr. Vivek, so that you briefly describe your observations during the work in Ukraine. Of course, it was before the war. It is not related to the period of war. But I'm really happy that we had an opportunity to become partners with the Ministry of Infrastructure, and we hope that after the end of this project we will continue this cooperation, because Ukraine will become a gate for all the major world companies who will show willing to help us with the reconstruction. And of course, their first impressions will be in the ports. So the floor is to you.
Thank you, Natalia. I think that was the cue for me to start.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I said that you have a translation, but probably you don't know how to switch it on like the previous speaker. So yes, it was. So tell us about the risks that you've been observing in Ukraine before the war started, related to state port control procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have a few slides that I would like to share as well along the way, and maybe an opportunity to also share to the audience what is the context that we are working on, the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network. It is also important to note that the work we have been doing currently is still in an exploratory phase to understand how we can support Ukraine in the EU ACQUIS work. So it is very much on the maritime sector, very specific to the maritime sector that we are working on. A quick background of MACN, if it's important for the audience. We are a private sector initiative. The shipping industry came together in 2011 to better their own capacity in addressing corruption challenges globally, because the understanding is that the private sector is equally a part in such challenges, which also means that when solutions are built, it has to be a joint effort. That means we require the public sector, but equally the private sector to play a vital role in addressing corruption risks, but also how do you mitigate and prevent this holistically. So that is why this initiative was set up in 2011. Today, we represent almost 200 members. We call them members. They are private sector companies. They are ship owners, ship operators, managers, port agents, and the similar entities within the maritime value chain. And every member is looking to see how best they can support their internal organization, but at the same time also finding mutual ways among themselves to work broadly with the public sector to address some of these corruption risks that they face in various ports and terminals. There is also a large collaboratory effort that the organization is undertaking with various institutions globally and regionally. On the global front, we have the likes of the IMO, and many of you may be familiar with the recent development under the FAL committee. There was a guidance issued on the premises of how do you implement and how do you find procedures to address maritime corruption. So this is one of the examples where any country or any member state to the IMO who's looking into best practices or good guidance or good practices, if I may call them, there is already substantial material available within some of these institutions. But it also requires, I think, listening into the other speakers, it also requires, as the most recent speaker said, learning from each other, ability and capacity building as well. So this is an area that we focus a lot of effort on. How do we build these collaborations more broadly with various institutions? And then how can the respective member states or governments take advantage of some of these efforts that are already underway? The other area that we focus quite a lot on is in-country efforts. We call it collective action. These are some of the countries that we have experience from and of, where we have engaged government in different levels, in different capacities to build their own understanding of what are the risks and how do you mitigate them, but also equally to build that public-private partnership in the respective countries. And what I want to go from here on going forward is to also quickly share with you how is it this is done in practice, and what does it mean for an organization like us? How do we operationalize some of these elements? How do you collaborate? How do you build collective action in some of these countries? And to be very simply put, it all comes down to actually looking at the data or looking at the information that we collect. What we have been doing over time for the last 10 years, I would say, is collecting incidents that have been reported into our system when a demand of this nature is being made. This could be looked at in many ways. One is a whistleblower concept in its own way, but at the same time, what it also gives us is the opportunity to actually look at where the risks are within a particular jurisdiction, number one. Number two, it also looks at where are these risks more prominent in terms of which agency are we talking about? Is it a pattern that we can we can focus more globally, more regionally, or is it something that we have to look at only from a country perspective? So this is a methodology that MACN has adopted over a period of time, which helps us engage in constructive conversations and dialogue, at least initiates a dialogue with the respective jurisdiction that we want to go into. And the countries that you saw earlier, it all started with understanding what kind of risks we face on the ground. And therefore, a more evidence-based approach is equally important as opposed to just looking at perceptions or understanding what countries do on a daily basis. So I think for us, the methodology has worked in looking at evidence-based approach to engaging into a conversation with respect to jurisdiction, and then finding methodologies that can work in those respective countries. Now, if I were to go quickly into Ukraine, the work we've been doing is to first identify the stakeholders that we believe have been challenging when it comes to, in the maritime sector, when a vessel or when a company operates in Ukraine. This is just a list of actors, and with a number of incidents that we have actually been recording. This is again before the war started in 2022. So some of this data, it doesn't apply today, simply because, as we all know, that the ports in many of the ports are not functional, or the ones which are limited functions still have quite many challenges when it comes to operations. So this data goes back before February 2022, but nevertheless, it also gives you an indication of some of the key actors. We call them actors, or some of the agencies that where we believe there could be more robust improvement when it comes to both policy, but also how do you monitor and control some of the actions undertaken by the respective officials from some of these agencies. What I wanted to showcase today is how do you best present this? I mean, there is a work that we have done recently on identifying the various risks. We are also aware that in October this year, there was an anti-corruption program that was presented by the Minister of Infrastructure, which I think was a joint effort taken by UNDP and the government of Japan, at least funded by both the institutions. And therefore, what we also understand is there's been clear plans laid down by the Minister of Infrastructure to address corruption risks more holistically in all sectors. But what I want to share in the next few slides is to go into a little bit more in detail, but also not into all the fine details of what the risks are, but a way of maybe showcasing is what is the level of impact and what are the potential mitigation options that are currently available today. Because mind you, today there is already, we believe in this sector, in the maritime sector, there is a lot of cross-learning that can happen within the EU perspective, but also on an international level. Therefore, this should be seen as an opportunity for improvement in the current policy and monitoring and controls within Ukraine. So if you take port health, for example, we believe from the data and of course what we have reviewed, the level of impact when it comes to corruption risks or unethical practices and challenges is low, but nevertheless it needs to be monitored. Why is this relevant? Because during COVID times, we have actually seen quite significant amount of challenges related to port health officials in various other jurisdictions. So that is an important element when it comes to looking at port health in general. Looking at customs, and again, how do you connect customs to the maritime perspective? We are all familiar with the trade facilitation conversation that's been going on for many years, more recently as well, is to see how the whole EU and looking at Ukraine from being the primary integrator into trade facilitation, customs plays a very important role. And here we see when it comes to policy and policy implementation or adequate policy, is it available or not? There is a lack or there is a room of significant improvement when it comes to how customs have their policy in place. But also number two, how do they actually have monitoring and control mechanisms in place? We find from what we have done, the work, it is a critical risk when it comes to trade facilitation. But we also have to be mindful of the fact that there is an ongoing war in Ukraine. So keeping that in mind, what we consider the mitigating option is to see this as an opportunity to see to look into the existing policy of customs laws and customs regulations and see how there could be further room for improvement in facilitating trade when everything is ready to operate. There are also human factor elements. The earlier speaker today talked about the whole culture element and behavior element as well. This is a factor that we need to take into account. It is not just policy that drives operational change. It is also individual mindset towards how policy is put into practice. So I very much like to thank the earlier speaker who talked about the whole behavioral and cultural aspect to applying policy on the ground. This is also synchronizes to some of the work that we do, not just alone on Ukraine, but in various other jurisdictions when it comes to anti-corruption measures in the maritime sector. Other segments within the maritime sector, there is, of course, Ukraine is also an important player when it comes to both flag states and port state control. When you look at the current legislation, at least what we have seen is there is inadequate policy that has some work to be done when it comes to aligning with the EU directive. There are again specific directive references provided here in how these mitigation options can be met. What interestingly has happened over a period of time and what we have observed from the environmental perspective, Ukraine has taken significant steps in improving this, or even if I may put it that way, that they have actually found ways to reduce or even eliminate some of these unethical practices when it comes to environmental inspections that happen on board ships or various other vessels that come into Ukraine. This is again pre-war conditions, but nevertheless, going forward, it'll be very important to monitor and keep a very close eye on what the policy is going to look like going forward, especially in connection to the conventions that needs to be ratified. For example, the IMO convention still needs some work to be done from a Ukraine point of view. How best Ukraine will align itself when it comes to some of these conventions is something that we are looking forward to see where the ministry will take what direction. When it comes to harbor masters, again, we see some of these areas are very critical on the impact level. There are significant challenges when it comes to policy adequacy and also in terms of monitoring and controls. Again, there is opportunity here to find ways to work and collaborate and see how best alignment can be done with the respective EU directives when it comes to the policy, but also operational level of how harbor masters are acting on the ground in the respective ports and terminals. Last but not the least, I would also like to make reference to some of the security and the regulations when it comes to port services, what kind of markets and how these markets are regulated in terms of tariffs is equally important, because when you look at Ukraine and from a trade perspective, these parameters are very vital. And what we have actually looked at is there is, again, significant improvement required when it comes to the policy review of the regulation under all these segments. An example would be looking at the ISPS code from the security point of view. Even more important in these times is to even adopt that convention is a question for Ukraine to consider. So therefore, we believe that some of these risks, as we have put here, is what we think is an opportunity for Ukraine to fast forward some of its actions towards the EU integration. What I would like to conclude in giving some high-level points. This is also some points that you may be familiar with from the recent document that the EU Commission has presented. Overall, there is a need for robust improvement in the alignment with the EU legislation for Ukraine. And if we were to pick a few points on what areas, and if you were to consider looking at them in three compartments, one of them is the whole trade compartment. The second would be the whole maritime operational compartment. And number three would be the human capital compartment, which this includes people who go on board ships, the seafaring community that Ukraine vastly contributes to the global international maritime trade, which we need to be very mindful of. So when you look at these three, as you see on this particular slide, there are clear requirements for Ukraine from a both legislative perspective and also from an operational perspective that requires improvement and alignment with the EU directives. An example would be the EU port regulatory services that we highlighted earlier from a risk point of view. There is more work to be done. If you look at the EU port services legislation and the IMO standards on single window discussion that's been going on, which the implementation date, if I'm correct, is early next year. There is some work to be done for Ukraine from at least policy level. Operational level, we still need to wait. We hope that the war will end, because until then, the ports are not operational. The second point would be the inland waterways transport. We understand that it was adopted in 2020, but again, there is further legislation that needs to be enforced into this particular policy document that was made. And then if you look at the human capital element, the Maritime Labour Convention has been a constant discussion for many, many years. It is also a EU directive that needs to be ratified, or in some contexts has to be adopted within the national legislation. And that is also an area that we believe there could be important room for within the current timeline, as to see how Ukraine can best utilize its policy directives towards EU alignment. When it comes to flag states and port state obligations, we see that Ukraine has been active participant of the Black Sea and Caspian Sea program. It is well supported by the European Maritime Safety Agency. But when you look at the port state inspection regime, there still needs a lot of work when it comes to legislative and procedural operations of how it conducts inspections today. For example, the risk matrix approach. Last but not the least, what I would like to also say is that being a strategic member of both the EU and the Danube region, we still see that there are certain exchange of documentation or acceptance of documentation or recognition of documentation is still not there 100%. What it also means is that from a legislative and operational point of view, it needs to better align itself, despite the fact that it has been an active member in that region. So overall, from what we have studied or gathered and speaking to local experts and talking to the international community on the maritime segment, although we see that there is clear actions being initiated by the government, and considering that the recent anti-corruption program that was laid down about 2 months ago, we're very hopeful that some of these would actually be put in place, number one. And number two, I think these talking points that we've shared with you today is also to be seen as an opportunity, or at least areas where there could be room for improvement. Last but not the least, I want to conclude by saying, again, aligning to what the earlier speaker said, that there has to be political commitment at the highest levels when it comes to operationalizing some of these points, whether it's maritime or whatever sector that may be. And then the second question that we constantly ask is, how do you build capacity for the individuals in Ukraine? Because that is one of the challenges that we have seen in today's times, that it requires significant capacity building for the young people who are coming into the industry. And I'm speaking only from the maritime industry perspective. It could be similar in other industries. I'm not privy to that, but at least when you speak about the maritime industry, the capital, human capital that is required and the capacity building that is required seems to be increasing. And therefore, we need to also find ways to address that. But I still think that the word that was mentioned earlier, reintegration, it requires all of us to work together. Learning from each other is key. Within the geography of where we are, we believe that this is very much possible. And this is where we also think that the strength of Ukraine could be amplified, putting all these points, at least from the maritime segment perspective, into some form of action. With that, I want to thank you, Natalia, for bringing us in this forum, also for the previous communications we've had. I'm happy to take any questions along the way, but I also was mindful of the time and therefore wanted to keep my presentation short in the interest of all listeners and our other speakers coming ahead. Once again, thank you very much for us to be here, and wishing you all the very best. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you. Я буду говорити.
Thank you, Vivek. Let me.
It's a big pleasure hosting you here, and I think that our cooperation will be extended in this or other shape, because the project is coming to an end, but we are all together fighting corruption in this field, so we stick around and continue working together. Thank you so much. Колеги, в нас зараз нарешті перша кавопауза сьогоднішнього дня.
Last, we have our first but not last coffee break. It was planned for 30 minutes, but perhaps we'll make it 15 minutes, come back, and after that we'll go to lunch of our last very intensive session. So 15 minutes coffee break, and we come back at 14:05.
Ми всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом. всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом! всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом! Ми всі прагнемо перемоги і якнайшвидшого відродження України. Поки державного плану відновлення ще не існує, ми можемо діяти вже зараз. Навесні 2023 року проєкт «Відновлюємо Україну разом», що реалізується мережею АНЦ за підтримки ЄС, створив експертну платформу для спільної розробки документів, політик та практик, спрямованих на відновлення та євроінтеграцію України. До платформи приєдналися понад 70 українських та іноземних експертів, які взяли участь в національних та регіональних форумах, вебінарах, стратегічних сесіях і панельних дискусіях. Разом ми підготували рекомендації щодо навчання українських спеціалістів із протидії корупції, важливі документи щодо приведення до норм європейського законодавства системи контролю суден у портах, аналітичний звіт та рекомендації щодо покращення стану фінансування культури на місцевому рівні, аналіз адаптації українського законодавства і системи державного управління у сфері культури до стандартів ЄС. Також ми долучилися до розробки нової стратегії Українського культурного фонду та рекомендацій щодо включення культури та креативних індустрій до плану України Ukraine Facility. Наша платформа об'єднала незалежних фахівців, представників органів влади, бізнесу та громадянського суспільства. Ми продовжуємо працювати над планами відновлення та євроінтеграції. Бажаєте долучитись до відбудови? Маєте експертизу в одному з напрямків? Приєднуйтеся до нас. Відновимо Україну разом.
Колеги, вітаю вас. Прошу всіх, запрошую до нашої панелі, де ми розкажемо про проекти, які ми розробляли впродовж нашого проекту «Відновлюємо Україну разом». Разом з нами тут Ярослав Петраков, експерт проєкту, кандидат економічних наук, доцент, пані Ярина Заєць, радниця з питань політики Агенції економічного розвитку ППВ. Та, власне, зараз до нас доєднається Тарас Маршалок, це експерт також проєкту, доктор економічних наук. Ось він. Наук, професор Кам'янець-Подільського державного інституту та експерт Київської школи економіки. Пан Ярослав Петраков долучився до нашого проєкту і, власне, розробляв оновлену стратегію УКФ. Також з його подачі українську культуру включили в Facility Fund. Ми відправили лист на КМУ разом з експертною спільнотою. І, власне, пан Петраков розкаже детальніше про...
Дякую за представлення. Ну, в принципі, ви вже все розповіли, так що я можу фіналізуватися. Насправді, якби логіка проекту з відновлення України, вона трішки змінилася впродовж реалізації проекту, тому що початково очікувалося більш фокус на відновленні після конференції в Лугано, але продовження бойових дій і високий рівень невизначеності все ж таки змусив проект адаптуватися. І не тільки проект, а й країну в цілому. І тому проект більше був зосереджений на речах, які можна робити тут і зараз. Одним з таких був доопрацювання стратегії культурного фонду. Фонд відіграє надзвичайно важливу роль для екосистеми культури, особливо в умовах війни, тому що фінансування на культуру вона і до війни була за залишковим принципом, а зараз ще складніше. При цьому, якщо ми говоримо про комунікацію зовнішнього голосу України в світі, то це в першу чергу через культурні ініціативи. Да? Ми знаємо, що багато різних лідерів громадської думки, зірок українських, шоу-бізнесу активно здійснюють концерти на підтримку Збройних сил України за кордоном. І таким чином фандрейзять дуже великі суми на Збройні сили, на сили оборони. Ну і відповідно команда проєкту приєдналася до команди культурного фонду. Ми допомогли з стратегією, яку було презентовано на минулому тижні. З важливих речей це те, що ми проговорювали складні істотні питання, які стосуються зміни в аудиторіях. У нас, звичайно, багато хто виїхав, багато хто внутрішньо переміщений, змінюються потреби, суспільство травматизоване, поки що згуртоване, але це виклик найближчим часом, да, зберігати такий високий рівень згуртованості. Ну і відповідно програми, конкурсні програми фонду мають бути належним чином адаптовані під це. А друга ініціатива виникла спонтанно, вона виникла як відповідь на класичну дію центральних органів виконавчої влади, в даному випадку Міністерства економіки, які чомусь не побачили креативних індустрій серед перспективних в Ukraine Facility. Ну, відповідно, ми трішки допомогли. Я тут скажу, що не моя роль була визначальною. Визначальною була роль громади, роль культурної спільноти і понад 130 культурних активістів, представників різних організацій, спільнот, які підписали відкритого листа на Кабінет міністрів, на прем'єр-міністра України. Тому в даному випадку це теж таки, знаєте, bottom-up ініціатива, яка в першу чергу зосереджена на проговоренні дійсно справді важливих речей для секторів, бо і Ukraine Facility – це такий багатоструктурований, багатоелементний механізм, і відповідно спільноти теж мають час, повинні мати час на адаптацію, на підготовку до нього. Ну, загалом, як дисклеймер, можу сказати, що поки що м'яч на полі європейців, не української сторони. Тривають перемовини складні, тому що там навіть до змістовної частини резолюції по Ukraine Facility євродепутати подали понад 600 правок. Відповідно, там треба внутрішні перемовини провести всередині ЄС, а потім Україна вже буде реагувати на схвалений документ і давати вже свою візію плану відновлення України 2.0. Да? Назвемо її так. Ну і в принципі на цьому я хочу фіналізувати, але з ключового, на чому хочу зосередити увагу і на майбутнє, так, що спільноти повинні тримати руку на пульсі. Не можна відпускати уваги або фокусу з рівня полісімейкінгу, формування політик, тому що ми можемо втратити ціле десятиліття. Уявіть собі, якщо культура не буде в Ukraine Facility. Да? Ну, це те саме, як запускалася реформа децентралізації, там теж випадково забули про культуру, про культурну субвенцію. Да? І потім органи місцевого самоврядування кажуть, грошей нема, але ви тримайтеся. Тому для нас євроінтеграція в сфері культури – це більше не про регуляторні акти. Да? От у нас були попередні спікери. Там дійсно досить таке істотне технічне регулювання. У нас більше м'яке регулювання пов'язане з мережуванням, доступом до платформ, ініціативами, які змінюють модус суспільства, змінюють культурні практики. І це значно складніші речі, і вони теж потребують інвестицій. Тому моя остання фраза – інвестуємо в культуру. Дякую.
Дякую, пане Ярославе. Ми сьогодні вже трошки зачепили економічну складову на нашій події, тому пропоную перейти одразу до фінансування саме в культурі. Пан Тарас Маршалок зробив звіт для власне цього проєкту і Міністерства культури та інформаційної політики про стан фінансування культури в регіонах на місцевих рівнях 2022 року. Власне, він розкаже про основні тенденції, а потім ми перейдемо до пані Ірини Заєць, яка разом з експертом Володимиром Воробеєм та фокусною групою нашої експертної платформи розробляли рекомендації на основі власне цього звіту щодо спрощення місцевого адміністративного процесу на рівні громад для прискорення темпів відновлення. Отже, пане Тарасе, прошу вас.
Я дуже дякую. І найперше, що я хочу сказати, з чого розпочати, це з того, що мені надзвичайно приємно протягом цього року працювати в цій команді і докладати якісь певні зусилля для того, щоб, як сказав дуже влучно пан Ярослав, тримати руку на пульсі. Чому це важливо? І чому ми говоримо, і чому взагалі було зроблено такий звіт, тому що насправді від рівня фінансування і від того, скільки грошей виділяється на ту чи іншу сферу, залежить дуже багато, тому що грошей нема, ви тримайтеся, воно так не працює, і насправді, якщо грошей немає, ну ніхто працювати не буде, і всі просто будуть шукати способи для того, щоб вижити. І тому ми проаналізували і ми виокремили певні тенденції, що відбувалося з фінансуванням культури і мистецтва у 2022 році. І, зокрема, наш акцент був на фінансуванні культури і мистецтва з місцевих бюджетів нашої країни. Тобто ми проаналізували всі бюджети, які є в нашій країні, і дійшли до якихось певних конкретних таких висновків. Ну, найперше, дуже дякую Наталії, вона майже все вже розповіла. Тобто мене просили бути дуже лаконічним і дуже коротким, так? Але Наталя зробила так, що я мушу далі багато говорити, тому що основне вона вже сказала. Але насправді, якщо можна презентацію на екран, то я хочу повторитися ще так, щоб розпочати, що у 2022 році не бачу презентації, щоб точно було, але якщо її немає, то я буду говорити так, що... Ага, все, супер. Так, дякую, оце хай буде цей слайд. Так, що у 2022 році рівень фінансування культури і мистецтва з місцевих бюджетів, він знаходився на рівні 3%. Тобто зі всіх видатків, які фінансували ці потреби, 3% були спрямовані саме на культуру і мистецтво. Якщо подивитися, то видно, що це навіть трохи більше, ніж в попередні довоєнні роки. Тобто це в 21-му ми бачимо дещо менший показник, але це відносні показники. І воно насправді не так є, не так виглядає, як би нам хотілося. На все воно так чудово і дуже добре. На наступному слайді ми побачимо, що тільки деякі області показують приріст видатків на культуру і мистецтво у 2022 році. І найбільше падіння такого фінансування логічно і справедливо в міру певних обставин ми спостерігаємо в Донецькій, Луганській областей, де на культуру і мистецтво було витрачено, скажімо, в Луганській області на 61% менше, ніж це було у 2022 році. Тоді традиційно і об'єктивно також, що західні області, такі тилові області, як Львівська область, як Рівненська область, трішки менше в Тернопільській області, Івано-Франківській області, але вони, рівень фінансування культури і мистецтва в цих областях був десь на тому рівні приблизно, який був і в попередньому довоєнному 2021 році. Також Наталя вже сказала, і також я хочу повторитися, що насправді дуже цікавим є розподіл, наступний слайд, є розподіл тих видатків і куди вони саме були спрямовані. І тут для мене це така є досить велика і така велика проблема, тому що більшість або 60% всіх коштів, які були спрямовані на культуру і мистецтво з місцевих бюджетів, вони були спрямовані на оплату праці працівників, які там працюють. Тобто це працівники музеїв, працівники якихось клубних закладів чи працівники бібліотек. І насправді дуже мало, всього лиш навсього 2%, 4% по факту так було спрямовано на придбання основного капіталу. Тобто можна сказати, що ми фактично не оновлювали нашу якусь інфраструктуру, це в мережі культурних та мистецьких закладів, а більшість грошей, левову частку спрямовували все ж таки для того, щоб оплатити заробітну плату працівникам, які там працюють. На наступному слайді ви можете побачити фактичні цифри, так, і загалом видатки на культуру і мистецтво в 2022 році склали 14 мільярдів гривень з місцевих бюджетів і на оплату праці, з яких пішло аж 8, майже 9 мільярдів гривень. Тоді як на капітальні трансферти, там придбання основного капіталу, це навіть до мільярда гривень не доходить, і це дуже насправді небагато. І таким кричущим ще одним, як на мене, слайдом, який є наступним, це є рівень оплати праці працівників, які задіяні в культурі і мистецтва, так, які працюють в тих закладах. І ми бачимо, що в річному вимірі, якщо середня заробітна плата становила майже 15 тисяч гривень в Україні, то в культурі і мистецтва вона коливалася в межах 11 тисяч гривень, що, як на мене, є також величезною проблемою, і стимулу і мотивації працівників, які працюють в таких закладах, напевно, є не досить високими і не досить великими, працюючи за такі гроші, коли вона є меншою навіть, ніж в середньому по Україні. Наступний слайд. Тут ми бачимо розподіл, куди саме і в які заклади, і в які сфери культури і мистецтва спрямовувалися кошти у 2022 році. І традиційно ми бачимо, що 34% це були бібліотеки, музеї і виставки, і 35% всіх грошей, витрачених з місцевих бюджетів, вони спрямовувалися на фінансування клубних закладів. І фактично нічого в нас дуже мало було спрямовано на кінематографію і на заповідники. На наступному слайді ми бачимо рівень фінансування, тобто ці області, які фінансували найбільше з своїх місцевих бюджетів, і ті області, які фінансували найменше з місцевих бюджетів саме на сферу культури і мистецтва. Тому лідерами за фінансуванням є Одеська область, є Львівська область, є Тернопільська область, є Волинська область. Так, це ті бюджети, які витрачали на сферу культури і мистецтва більше 3% своїх видатків на культуру і мистецтво. Тоді, як, скажімо, Донецька область – це 2,16%, і найцікавіше, що місто Київ на культуру і мистецтво свого місцевого бюджету, так, з бюджету міста Київ виділив всього лиш навсього 1,83%. Але це також є якесь певне обґрунтування таким речам, тому що бюджет міста Києва, він є набагато більший, і тому така частка, але це не виправдовує те, тобто, якщо в середньому по Україні цей показник більше 3%, то в Києві це всього лиш навсього 1,83% всіх грошей бюджету було спрямовано на цю сферу. Наступне – це є динаміка фактичних видатків зведеного бюджету в порівнянні з 2021 роком. Фактично це є відображення попереднього слайду, тільки в порівнянні уже з 2021 роком, для того, щоб можна було побачити, як змінилося фактичне фінансування таких бюджетів. Ну, приблизно воно десь зберігається. Тобто, незважаючи на війну, у 2022 році місцеві бюджети витрачали приблизно одинакову суму у відносних показниках своїх місцевих бюджетів на фінансування і культури, і мистецтва. На наступному слайді ми хотіли показати, як змінився рейтинг областей за рівнем фінансування культури і мистецтва у 2022 році. Найбільше падіння в рейтингу ми спостерігаємо за Миколаївською областю, тобто вона втратила в рейтингу аж 18 місць. Ну, також це об'єктивно, тому що протягом фактично всього 2022 року частина області була взагалі під окупацією, так, а частина знаходилася як прифронтова до звільнення міста Херсон. Вони перебували в такій досить складній ситуації. Також можна сказати, що в цьому році найбільший плюс пішла Херсонська область, 8 місць набрала в рейтингу, що також, в принципі, є досить дивним, так, ніби, але такі цифри говорять про те, що, в принципі, і таке буває. Так? Наступне, це досить такий цікавий слайд, як на мене, який відображає в доларовому еквіваленті, скільки грошей з місцевих бюджетів витрачалося на одного мешканця такої області. І ми бачимо, що в рік на одного громадянина, на одну людину, яка проживає в тій чи іншій області, витрачається приблизно до $1 в рік. Тобто в місяць, так. Тобто $1 в місяць витрачається на одного громадянина фінансування культури і мистецтва. Як на мене, це досить... Це вартість, не знаю, це навіть не вартість буханки хліба на сьогоднішній день. Наступне ми бачимо тут, це показано рівень виконання бюджетів в річновому вимірі. Ми знову ж таки повертаємося до того, що найбільші бюджети були не виконані в Луганській, Донецькій області, що об'єктивно, тому що фактично майже вся Луганська область і майже вся Донецька область, вони перебувають в тимчасовій окупації, і тому виконати бюджети в таких умовах було досить складно. І бачимо, що тільки два регіони України, це місто Київ і це Одеська область, які перевиконали в свої місцеві бюджети у 2022 році. І це також, на це потрібно звертати увагу для інших областей, які перебувають в більш-менш нормальних умовах, і запитатися в них, чому не було довиконано ті бюджети, які були передбачені, які були ухвалені на початку 2022 року. Наступний слайд, він показує розподіл за бюджетами, скільки з яких бюджетів витрачалися кошти. І на наступному слайді ми бачимо, скільки із якого виду бюджетів і скільки грошей витрачалося, закладалося на культуру і мистецтво. Зрозуміло і об'єктивно, що найменше коштів 2,5 мільйони витрачалося на культуру і мистецтво сільських бюджетів, і 15 мільйонів гривень витрачалося з міських бюджетів, і в середньому з одного бюджету на культуру і мистецтво витрачалося 6 і майже 7 мільйона гривень. Наступний слайд можна, напевно, просто поглянути, що він показує. Він показує там рейтинг областей, де найбільше витрачалось на культуру і мистецтво. Ми бачимо, що це Львівська область, що це такі найбільш сині області, так, це Харківська область. І на наступному слайді ми показуємо фактичні і планові показники спеціальних фондів. Так? Що таке спеціальний фонд? Це той фонд, фактично, який більшою мірою мав би формуватися за рахунок власно отриманих коштів, тобто це тих коштів, які собі сама культура і мистецтво на себе заробляє. І ми бачимо, що якщо навіть вдалося досягти рівня сформування спеціального фонду в 2022 році на рівні 845 мільйонів гривень, то на 2023 рік, на поточний рік, заплановано вже майже наполовину менше, тобто це 500 мільйонів гривень з місцевих бюджетів. Це мали сформуватися спеціальні фонди місцевих бюджетів. Тут також є величезна проблема, вона є, напевно, об'єктивною, тому що заклади культури і мистецтва на місцевому рівні, вони не можуть запуститися на повну міру, вони не можуть на даний момент далі заробляти гроші. Надіємося, що наступні роки, і, зокрема, після нашої перемоги, ця ситуація зміниться. Ми будемо дуже цікавими для наших іноземних друзів, і сюди почнуть їздити, і ми будемо відроджувати можливість заробляти гроші саме на культурі і саме на мистецтві в нашій країні. На наступному слайді, це він же такий є заключний слайд, і він показує, в яких регіонах, куди і на які сектори спрямовувалися гроші на культуру і мистецтво. Ми бачимо, що клубні заклади, вони фінансувалися у всіх регіонах нашої країни. Також інші заходи, які не пов'язані з попередньо названими, також фінансувалися у всіх регіонах України. І, скажімо, тільки кінематографія фінансувалася з місцевих бюджетів Львівської, Вінницької області. І для мене було цікаво, що художні колективи також фінансувалися тільки з бюджетів Кіровоградської та Чернігівської областей. Така картинка, якщо говорити мовою цифр, то ми десь маємо таку ситуацію за підсумками 2022 року, які стосуються фінансування культури і мистецтва з місцевих бюджетів. Як на мене, можливо, це досить суб'єктивна думка, але 3% видатків з місцевих бюджетів на сьогоднішній день – це є дуже мало. Чому? Тому що, повторююся, меседжем нашої, чи таким те, що ми хочемо сказати, що культура – це є зброя. І ми повинні розуміти, що людина без культури, людина, яка не знає своїх традицій, вона не може бути нацією, вона не може формувати таку націю. І ми повинні розуміти, що культура – це є пріоритет на майбутнє, якщо ми хочемо бути справді сильною, справді потужною, справді великою нацією, яку будуть впізнавати, яку будуть знати і про яку будуть говорити. І тому тут, напевно, потрібно цю політику змінювати і доносити зі всіх джерел, зі всіх голів, зокрема цього середовища, яке зібралося тут, що культуру і мистецтво потрібно фінансувати набагато більше. Так, я дякую за таке запитання, але ціллю і метою, яким завданням, яке було поставлено перед нами, командою, яка робила цей звіт, це було проаналізувати саме сектор 0820 за бюджетною класифікацією, тобто це є фінансування культури і мистецтва. А початкові школи мистецькі, вони, напевно, все ж таки входять в сектор освіти, швидше за все. Тут, напевно, можливо, але вони все рівно фінансуються, напевно, з коштів освіти.
Місцевого самоврядування.
Так.
За рахунок коштів культури і мистецтва, тому що вони знаходяться саме тут.
Давайте, можна?
Але тут є інші заходи,
колеги,
напевно.
все простіше. У нас є інструмент буст-аналізу Мінфіну. Все, що було доступно, все проаналізовано. Це питання відкритості даних. Да? У нас є відкритий інструмент, його використали. Ви щоб ви розуміли, це дані на рівні громад. Тобто на рівні окремих закладів аналітика не велася. Да, мистецька освіта є складовою культури, але в даному випадку аналізувалося більше секторальний зріз, а мистецька освіта за кодами бюджетної класифікації все ж таки відноситься до сегменту освіти. Тому, я думаю, це дуже гарний коментар для наступного дослідження, На жаль, воно не буде зовсім репрезентативним, тому що за попередні роки мистецького світу, ну, будемо бачити, що відкриє Мінфін, наскільки дані будуть доступні, а так, ну, це не проблема, проблема в доступності даних. Дякую.
Так, і я тут хочу ще додати до слів Ярослава. Ну, насправді, так, ми керувалися тільки тим, що йде по бюджетній класифікації 0820. І тому, ну, на жаль, вони сюди не попали, але в наступному звіті, як каже Ярослав, можна ще і от цю сферу фінансування освіти мистецької.
Дякую дуже за такий огляд фінансування минулих років. На цьому досвіді нам завжди потрібно будувати майбутнє, тому пропоную перейти до рекомендацій, які були розроблені пані Яриною Володимиром Воробеєм та нашою експертною платформою в рамках проєкту. Ярина розкаже нам, презентує, можливо, трошечки дасть практичних порад.
Можна, будь ласка, презентацію? Так, я, власне, продовження до вашого дослідження, пане Тарас, з можливостями. Я думаю, щоб потім синхронізуватись. Ми, власне, досліджували питання адміністративних процедур на рівні громад у сфері культури. І оскільки проблема, яку підняв пан Тарас, вона лежить на поверхні, у нас є дуже багато адмінапарату, я маю на увазі майно і маю на увазі людей, які залишаються постійними статтями в наших бюджетах в частині видатки. Тобто це є зарплата і це є утримання цих закладів культури. Відповідно, ми вирішили зосередитись на тому, що ми можемо зробити в сьогоднішніх умовах з передачею в оренду існуючого комунального майна. Можна наступний слайд? Дякую. Це ми агенція PPV, яка це розробляла. Наступний слайд. Отже, контекст я пояснила такий, що видатки вони залишаються сталими. Ми, власне, посилаючись на дані пана Тараса, зазначили, що це 35,8% на клубні заклади. І також найбільшою статтею витрат була заробітна плата, це приблизно 68% загального місцевого бюджету. Наступний слайд. Водночас, за даними Українського культурного фонду, це було дослідження в 2023 році, взяли участь представники, власне, громад, культурного сектору, незалежних організацій, і вони зазначили, що, на їхню думку, найбільше перешкоджає розвитку української культури, окрім війни, відсутність стабільної державної фінансової підтримки сфери культури. Але ми розуміємо, що з часу, коли були прийняті зміни в законодавство і розпочалася так звана реформа децентралізації, це апріорі з кожним роком стає менш можливим, а тим паче в часі війни. Наступний слайд. І, власне, це підтверджується фактичними даними, бо Український культурний фонд зазначає, що підтримка центральних органів влади була суттєво меншою, якщо порівнювати її з коштами, які надали місцеві органи влади або міжнародні організації, бізнес. Наступний слайд. Отже, ми говоримо про закон, який був прийнятий в 2019 році про оренду державного та комунального майна, який запровадив конкурсну процедуру передачі комунального майна. Це була суттєва реформа. До того, до слова, взагалі в законі про культуру не йшлось про те, що заклад культури може формувати додаткове джерело фінансування шляхом передачі свого майна чи там комунального майна в оренду. Стосовно даних, на що ми опиралися, в 2023 році було опубліковано інформацію про 209 закладів культури, які або готуються до передачі в оренду, або були передані. На жаль, загальної інформації про те, скільки таких закладів, зокрема йдеться про клубні заклади, скільки таких клубних закладів в принципі є в Україні, але за інформацією Мінкульту і Київської школи економіки зруйновано за час повномасштабного вторгнення від війни 841 клубний заклад або 703 будинки палаци культури за даними Київської школи економіки. Тобто ми розуміємо, що ці цифри є мало співмірними, і потреба в принципі експертності, як працювати з цим інструментом, з орендою, вона є досить великою. Тому ми, власне, зосередились на цій темі. Зокрема, ми зібрали фокус-групу, в яку увійшли представники громадського сектору, представники закладів культури, органів місцевого самоврядування. І фокус-група напрацювала перелік основних недоліків процедури, що безпосередньо зупиняє заклади культури передавати таке майно в оренду. Можна наступний слайд? Отже, основними недоліками була нечіткість норм, які регулюють процедуру передачі, зловживання повноваженнями орендодавцями, відсутність прозорості, штучні перешкоди, обмеженість, відсутність пільгової оренди. Про це окремо зазначали представники ГО, які прийшли там в умовну міську раду за тим, щоб отримати якесь приміщення в оренду для того, щоб мати якусь там мистецьку ініціативу. І місто сказало, там, дивіться, от у нас є таке одне і може два приміщення, які в жахливому стані, але ви можете взяти їх в оренду. Ну і очевидно, громадський сектор відмовився від такої суперпропозиції, тому що вона по факту є супердорогою. І також наявність альтернативних підходів. Це ми так акуратно запакували всі способи, які застосовуються для того, щоб таки отримати це приміщення. Ми на увазі так звана оренда без договорів, за готівку. Це є договори про співпрацю, які фактично не є правовою підставою для перебування в закладі. Якщо завтра керівник закладу культури зміниться, то, відповідно, така правова підстава вона нівелюється сама по собі. Наступний слайд. І, власне, ми напрацювали основні рекомендації для керівників закладів культури і для органів місцевого самоврядування про те, як можна вплинути на вирішити, в принципі, ці недоліки. Отже, перш за все, так згрубше можна ці етапи процесу передачі в оренду поділити на прийняття рішення про передачу. Рішення приймає балансоутримувач або орендодавець, залежить вже від безпосереднього регулювання в місті. Публікація інформації про об'єкт, включення до переліку, є так званий перший, не так званий, законодавство визначає перший і другий перелік. Перший перелік – це те майно, яке йде за аукціону, другий перелік – це те майно, яке може йти поза аукціонною процедурою. І є визначені категорії користувачів такого майна, які можуть отримувати майно без процедури аукціону. Оголошення в електронній торговій системі, і якщо, відповідно, в нас відбувається аукціон, то аукціон і підписання договору. Якщо такого аукціону не відбувається, то відбувається безпосереднє підписання договору. Отже, для початку, перед, в принципі, запуском всіх цих етапів, заклад культури повинен сам визначити для себе, чи йому це потрібно, чи це буде для нього додатковим джерелом фінансування. З нашого досвіду, з досвіду фокус-груп, є частина громад, які активно цим користуються на постійній основі, є частина громад, які бояться цього, тому що вважають, що там це обов'язково потягне за собою кримінальну справу, або це дуже багато бюрократичного мінінгіту. В цьому, напевно, є частина правди, але, власне, цей закон, порядок передачі в оренду майна і місцеве регулювання є основними актами, які визначають цю процедуру і встановлюють запобіжники від тих ризиків. Далі заклад повинен для себе обрати порядок користування, тобто дізнатися, чи є в цього приміщення якесь цільове призначення, чи воно обов'язково має бути дотримане, чи, можливо, там можна театру передати якусь кімнату під слюсарну майстерню, наприклад. Так? Тобто заклад мусить це дізнатися самостійно. Тут йому орган місцевого самоврядування навряд чи допоможе вчинити якісь проактивні дії. Профільна діяльність орендаря, тобто якщо ми умовний театр, то слюсарна майстерня або галерея сценографії, що з цього може заручити підтримку і заручити більшу кількість так званих клієнтів. Тому тут теж заклад має для себе подумати і про те, чи розглядає він можливу суборенду такого майна. Далі я говорю про орендну плату. Є формальна процедура оцінки майна, від якої, власне, починається процес визначення орендної плати. Наявність можливості здавати приміщення в оренду, наскільки я пам'ятаю, розподіл коштів, тобто є громади, які встановлюють на рівні рішення відсоток закладу на рівні 100, тобто все, що заробив заклад в спосіб передачі оренди, залишається закладу, а є громади, в яких дуже складна ця процедура, і насправді гроші закладу йдуть чи не в останню чергу, а більшість коштів осідає або в місцевому бюджеті, або скеровується на якісь інші пріоритетні для громади напрямки. І, власне, тут ми пропонуємо зупинитися на тому, щоб визначити, чи, в принципі, такий розподіл існує в громаді, чи є рішення, яке регулює цей порядок, і чи таке рішення, воно, в принципі, враховує ваші інтереси як закладу, і, можливо, його варто змінити перед початком процедури передачі в оренду. Наступний слайд. Це стіна у Львові одного з вищих навчальних закладів. Вона здається в оренду. Початкова ціна на аукціоні була 45 гривень за місяць оренди. Наприкінці договір був підписаний на 15 тисяч гривень в місяць. Тобто це така картинка для тих, хто боїться умовної тюрми, то можна починати з чогось малого. Наступний слайд. Рекомендації органам місцевого самоврядування. Тут, насправді, такі більш ґрунтовні вже речі ми прописали в рекомендаціях, бо законодавство містить такі терміни, як обґрунтовані власні потреби, недоцільність передачі, погіршення соціально-побутових умов. Це ті терміни, які нічим не врегульовані. На підставі них місцева рада може відмовляти в передачі в оренду майна. І ми також знайшли рішення судів, де це оспорюється, і місцеві ради програють справи, де вони прийняли рішення про відмову передачі в оренду на підставі існування обґрунтованих власних потреб. Комісійний розгляд з доступом до протоколів записів засідань. Власне, процедура в законі, яка прописана, вона пронизана суцільними погодженнями різних органів, які дуже важливі, але це дуже затягує всю процедуру передачі, тому, власне, ми рекомендуємо розглядати це комісійно. Там, скажімо, управління охорони історичного середовища без проблем може це глянути разом з управлінням комунального майна і там підготуватись до цього засідання і визначити, чи є підстави для відмови, чи їх немає, і немає потреби затягувати цей процес на мінімум 40 днів для кожного з цих органів. Відновлення пошкодженого, відшкодування знищеного майна. Ми під час проведення фокус-груп з'ясували, що є громади, які компенсують з місцевих бюджетів пошкодження орендованого майна. Тобто громади вважають, що це складно довести, що така шкода була, власне, спричинена в процесі оренди. Тому ми пропонуємо або гарантійні внески для цього, або впроваджувати інститут страхування, який і так передбачений законодавством, але не працює. Потреби закладів, власне, мають лягати в основу визначення і умов оренди, і додаткових умов оренди. Пільгова оренда – це такий термін, який визначений законодавством в частині передачі в оренду державного майна на рівні там громад. Це працює в ручному режимі. Дуже часто міський голова в ручному режимі на підставі заяви визначає, чи можемо ми передати в пільгову оренду якесь майно для проведення заходу. Ми рекомендуємо це визначити на рівні рішення для того, щоб всі були в однакових умовах. А також відкрита інформація про поліпшення майна, яка є підставою для зменшення оренди. Вже мені махають наступний слайд, і я завершую. Можна наступний? Дякую. Отже, така основна політика. На нашу думку, якщо заклад створив умови для того, щоб заробити кошти, то ці кошти мають залишитися в закладу культури. І там вже, по-моєму, моє прізвище буде на наступному слайді. Дякую.
Дякую дуже. Я хочу сказати, що цю презентацію ви отримаєте. Ми обов'язково розійшлемо всі матеріали, тому не переживайте. І контакти так само, тому матимете можливість запитати у пані Ірини всі питання, які не встигли запитати зараз. Зараз я хочу запросити, дякую дуже вам за ваші презентації. Я хочу швиденько включити відео Еміне Джапарової, яка записала, власне, маленький коротенький виступ про роль культури на шляху євроінтеграції. Тому прошу швиденько вимкнути відео.
Шановні учасники форуму, теза про те, що майбутнє незалежної України тісно пов'язане з розвитком гуманітарної сфери і продовженням національних культурних традицій, не є новою. Можливо, на даному етапі у когось складається хибне враження, що для українського суспільства культура не на часі. Але я б хотіла заперечити такому припущенню, бо саме зараз, коли відбувається кривава битва за право України розвиватись відповідно до цінностей, які ми поділяємо в першу чергу з нашими європейськими партнерами, культура має стати фундаментом нашої боротьби. По суті, культура – це одночасно і причина, і ціль нашого опору. Саме культура формує самоідентичність та цінності народу, що зрештою визначає його цивілізаційну належність і незалежність. Чи є зараз експерти, які мають сумніви в європейськості української культури? Не думаю. Хоча, на жаль, все ще є велика прогалина в обізнаності європейців щодо української культурної спадщини, її значимості, історії і нашої ідентичності. Саме це є одним з пріоритетів нашої культурної дипломатії. Маю на увазі культурної дипломатії, яке впроваджує Міністерство закордонних справ. Це демонстрація високої цінності українського мистецтва, деколонізація творів і митців, які десятиліттями позиціонувалися як російські. Відомий дослідник української культури Іван Огієнко, що у середині ХХ століття зазначав, що нашій культурі з самого початку були властиві відкритість світові, відсутність ксенофобії і гуманізм. Хіба не такі цінності поділяють сьогодні у переважній більшості європейських суспільств та політичної еліти? А чи відомо за кордоном, що в Україні така система цінностей набула активного розвитку ще у 17-19 століттях? Звичайно, ми пам'ятаємо, що протягом тривалих періодів своєї історії українська культура розвивалася виключно як народна. Народні думи, пісні, декоративно-прикладне мистецтво стало важливою складовою нематеріальної спадщини українців, яку ми сьогодні намагаємось всіляко відродити і захистити. У цьому зв'язку важливим для нас є визнання об'єктів української культури ЮНЕСКО. На даний момент спільно з нашими партнерами ми проводимо активну роботу, яка спрямована на внесення до переліку нематеріальних цінностей культури ЮНЕСКО і ще кількох позицій, зокрема кобзарства. Ми сподіваємося, що промоція народних традицій, зокрема у країнах ЄС, допоможе нам не лише показати самобутність українців, але й культурну близькість. Усвідомлення важливості культури у зовнішній політиці є ще одним доказом спільного бачення пріоритетів у зовнішній політиці України та ЄС. Зміна підходів ЄС до міжнародних культурних відносин, яка відбулася протягом останніх років, можливо, десятиліття, та розбудова їх навколо контактів між людьми – принцип, який ми також використовуємо в українській культурній дипломатії. І мені приємно відзначити, що співробітництво українських дипломатичних установ, Українського інституту інституту з культурними інституціями ЄС посилюється. Така співпраця однозначно сприяє розбудові довіри та взаєморозуміння між народами, а також свідчить, що Україна впевнена розвиває відносини із європейськими партнерами. Україна була і буде невід'ємною частиною європейського культурного простору. Ми належимо до європейської цивілізації. Процес нашої реінтеграції до Європи є незворотнім. Вже сьогодні активно працюємо над розбудовою зв'язків із різноманітними європейськими інституціями. І наші митці беруть участь у купі міжнародних заходах. І ми реалізовуємо спільні проєкти з переліком країн. Звичайно, що гідне представлення української культури можливо лише за умови підготовки та підтримки як талановитої молоді, так і вже зрілих митців. Слід відзначити, що система освіти в Україні має глибоке коріння та старовинні традиції. Наприклад, вже в 17 столітті на території України функціонувала розвинута мережа колегіумів Острозька та Києво-Могилянська академії. Було поширене меценатство та підтримка культури низької визначних державників. І все це дозволило піднести українську культуру до рівня світового явища, створити шедеври у галузі друкарства, архітектури, мистецтва, досягти значних успіхів у науці. На жаль, протягом десятиліть колоніальної політики Російської імперії більшість традицій було знищено, а культурних діячів перетворено на російських або репресовано. Тому підтримка і співпраця з європейськими партнерами у сфері освіти для нас є теж дуже важливою. Сподіваюся, що сьогоднішній форум під назвою «Наближення перемоги. Відновлюємо Україну разом» допоможе об'єднати зусилля задля розбудови українського майбутнього. Адже кожен напрям, обговорення якого передбачено програмою цієї зустрічі, є важливим у нашому спільному прагненні повернутися до Європи. Слава Україні!
Я зараз запрошую представника музею історії Києва. У нас вже був спойлер, що є подарунок від музею. Маленький подарунок від музею нашому проєкту. Я передаю слово, але хочу подякувати також очільниці цього музею, яка зараз повертається з Японії, скоріш за все привезе якісь чудові ідеї, пані Поповій Діані Олегівні. Але оскільки її нема, передаю слово уповноваженій особі.
Да, дуже дякую, вітаю вас від всього колективу, від Діани Олегівни, яка зараз перебуває в відрядженні, але подумки з нами і вболіває за все те, про що ви сьогодні тут говорили. Ми, музейники, говоримо мовою своїх експозицій, тому від нас вам невеличкий подарунок. Ми відкриваємо для вас нашу виставку «Київська ялинка», яка на другому поверсі. Буквально за 3 хвилини вас буде чекати наш екскурсовод. Кому цікаво, прошу зібратися в холі і ми покажемо вам. Це дуже унікальна виставка, де зображено традиції святкування новорічних свят від кінця 19 століття по сьогодення. Це такий маленький подарунок вам, special for you. Дуже дякую, що ви сьогодні тут, і все круто, чекаю всіх у холі.
І після цього запрошуємо на обід.